Just give me a heads up when you on the last one, so I'll know you'll be coming to the door. Okay. We're gonna switch networks. Okay. Yes, I realize that y'all didn't hear nothing I just said. And that's okay. All right, we're on chapter 15. Was explaining, as I was explaining to no one, unbeknownst to me, I am indeed a night owl. I was born on May 16th at 4 a.m. in the morning during a powerful rain and thunderstorm. No, no, no. I've always been a night owl ever since I was a child, and I don't know. I get a second wind. When everybody else is getting sleepy. But the older I get, the more I start to catch up with the rest of the folks, and I'm getting sleepy too around the normal time. And I also want to get on a regular sleep cycle more so. So the nighttime shows are gonna come to an end, and we're gonna have to find some happy medium here. Because going to bed at 7 in the morning means that you're not going to get up until late in the afternoon at the best. So we don't want to keep doing that. We don't want to do that. Also, this being the seventh reading is apropos because I think that we should finish here at the seventh reading. And I say that with respect to Mr. McGowan, to his memory, and to his family. It's one of the things that came to me after the fast. And by the way, if folks did not hear about the fast, I don't know what more I could have done to let everybody know ahead of time. I did indeed mention it a couple of weeks before we did it. I said we'll be doing it next week. I also posted in the community section about the fast and the specificities of it. And when we got ready to do it, I announced this is the day we're going to do it. So I don't know how much more of a notice I can give folks. And I'm trying to make sure that we get at least 2 shows a week. I think within the past few weeks, I've been doing that, sometimes 3. So just, let us, just please be patient. We're trying to make things better and better. Well, and by we, I mean the Lord and myself. So anyway, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to make room or leave room for an audio book or for reading from the family if that's something that they want to sell. I don't want to be the person on YouTube that provides a hack for folks to get around that. That was not my intent. That's not why I brought the book up. The book is an excellent complement to our readings, to our teachings and discussions about the songwriter's secret, which is something that debuted on this channel about a decade ago, where we talk about the Luciferian oaths that are hidden within the lyrics of primarily R&B and soul love songs, because that was the genre folks hadn't touched. Everybody was talking about rock and roll and hard rock and gangster rap. So we began to look into softer music, which would inevitably lead us into soft rock and then eventually into folk rock. And as we, got deeper and deeper into those discussions, is Brother David's book that helps to give us more depth and dimension and more information about the behind the scenes activities of these entertainers, of these musicians, which just happened to align with what we were contending all along. And that's that there is a Luciferian system that is somehow connected to, and we know how, but I'm just let me talk, that is connected to the alphabet boys, the intelligence agencies, governmental systems, and mind control experiments and research. And we've talked about that many times, but this is a book that's dedicated to fleshing that out. And so that's why it has been an important read within our study of that. But I also want to let folks know who do enjoy the readings that we'll do more readings. But I just think that, I just felt moved to let this be the end of this particular book and let my readings hopefully serve as promotion for the book. I want you guys to go out there and get the book, show support, because when we have folks who do stand up and do something within the struggle, we complain a lot about folks won't do this and won't do that, but when folks do something, when that backlash comes at them, too often truthers, Christian and non-Christian, tuck their tail and run. Duck, don't speak of them anymore. Forget them. And whether we're talking about Bill Cooper or Steve Coakley, these are brothers in arms. These are our comrades in arms in an information war. And we should at least attempt to show the type of respect that people attempt to show to those who fight in the physical wars of this world. Our war is not a physical war, it's a spiritual war. And we thank those who fight against the devil and the Luciferian elite. Whether or not, they classify themselves the same as us in race, color, creed, or religion, at the end of the day, as far as the war is concerned, does not exclude them from being called a brother in this war, in my book and understanding. In this particular war, the information part, not the soul salvation part. That's another discussion altogether. So I pray for the soul of the man and for his family, for those who are grieving, for those who knew him personally. And we are thankful for him. So I wanted that to be clear. So let's move on and let's let this be a good reading in honor of the writer, David McGowan, author also of Programmed to Kill, another excellent read that I think a lot of folks on here would think that they need. So again, truther, author, researcher, David McGowan. Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon is what we're reading now. Chapter 15 is Beyond Buffalo Springfield and the Monkeys Too. So strap in and get ready, and we will begin. And we will continue with more readings. I've been promising for some years now to read Divided Soul. It's time. It's time. It's time for us to revisit Marvin, especially after reading this book. Many of you may not know, but Marvin's father shot him with the gun that Marvin Gaye gave to the father because Marvin Gaye was, quote unquote, paranoid that they're trying to kill me. So he had a gun, gave his old dude a gun. Marvin was so convinced that someone was trying to kill him that he jumped out of a moving car. And things like that. So there's that part of his story that's little known, but it is documented in that book. And that, again, that falls in line with our songwriter secret studies. And of course, as always, prayer requests, praise and worship, and everything else that we try to do around here to cover all the bases. Okay? So let me take a swig. Some electric lights. That's what they say is in here. I don't know what's in here. Electric lights, glycerol, salt, and high fructose corn syrup. Delicious. All right. That ought to wet my whistle. Wet my whistle. All right, here we go. Y'all can, well, for this last reading, I'll turn off the air. Lord have mercy. Help me, Lord. I'll turn off the air. Hold on. It's hot. Hold on. Okay. Here we go. Chapter 15. Beyond Buffalo Springfield and the monkeys too. Quote, he was great. He was unreal. Really, really good. He had this kind of music that nobody else was doing. I thought he really had something crazy, something great. He was like a living poet. And that's Neil Young sharing his thoughts on Charles Manson during his Laurel Canyon musician days. At the time of the legendary serendipitous encounter on Sunset Boulevard, which brought together Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Stills was living at the home of Barry Friedman, a former circus clown, fire eater, TV producer, and freelance publicist. To say that his home was a bit odd would probably be an understatement. According to Folky Nurit Wild, it had a bathtub in the middle of the living room and a secret room behind the bathroom where people carried on liaisons. Close quote. The massive bathtub sat right in front of the equally massive fireplace. As Friedman himself would later acknowledge, this was a very strange house, quote unquote. Not strange by Canyon standards, perhaps, but strange nonetheless. Stranger homes can certainly be found, such as in the Holly Mont neighborhood near the base of nearby Beechwood Canyon. One such home is described in the book Haunted Hollywood. The house isn't actually haunted, of course, but it does contain some rather unusual features, as a past owner discovered. The house's most startling feature. Now, this sounds like the type of stuff you only hear about in movies, but this is, rich folks can do this type of stuff. And alphabet boy controlled operatives. The house's most startling feature, a secret passageway behind a built-in bookshelf he discovered during remodeling. It connected to a series of subterranean tunnels linking several houses on the hillside. While exploring the tunnel beneath his home, Gray found a makeshift grave. The headstone read, Regina, 1922. So they've been witching and going on a long time in that area. In Friedman's not quite as strange home, let's look at Friedman's home, perhaps. Barry Friedman. Well, let's look at Barry. Barry Friedman. Let's see what he looked like. So we can put some faces to the names. And of course, there's many Barry Friedmans. So let's say Barry Friedman, Laurel Canyon, maybe. TV producer. Let's say that. TV producer. Yeah, that should be all right. All these guys are too young. Okay, so he wasn't that big of a name. Or he didn't go down in history anyway. I think this is probably him. Tribute to Fraser Mohawk, Barry Friedman. Okay, well, let's continue to read. Let's keep reading. Okay. In Friedman's not quite as strange home, he had taken both Stills and Furay under his wing, providing them with a place to live and rehearse, doling out spending money, and introducing them to various music industry contacts. Friedman had been present when the fabled meeting took place of Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And it was to his home that the group adjourned after stopping on the Strip. You know, when they had that serendipitous meeting, that magical moment. That magic moment, right? That, of course, all of these icons seem to have in their history. Us regular folks just don't have that type of luck. Serendipity don't like us. Friedman had been present when the fabled meeting took place, and it was to his home that the group adjourned after stopping on the Strip. It was also Friedman who found them their drummer, Walter Milton Dwayne Mitkiff, otherwise known as Dewey Martin. Though Martin was, like Young and Palmer, Canadian, he had served a stint in the U.S. Army. Friedman was working for Bird's manager Jim Dixon, who also managed the Dillards. It was Dixon who hooked Friedman up with Martin, and with a full slate of electric instruments, just as he had set the Byrds up with instruments and a bass player. Dixon and Friedman would soon become neighbors when Friedman moved from his odd house on Fountain Avenue to a home in, naturally enough, Laurel Canyon. That home, on 8524 Rid Path, would become a rather notorious party house. My grandma used to call them flop houses. As Jackson Brown, who Friedman later took under his wing, recalled, it was always open house at Paul Rothschild's and Barry Friedman's. I mean, at any given time, you can go over there and score drugs and hookers. I didn't say that. Barney Hoskins writes in Hotel California, the book, that, quote, Friedman orchestrated scenes of sexual and narcotic depravity. Oh, see. Unplug 'em Damas. Barney Hoskins writes in Hotel California that Friedman orchestrated scenes of sexual and narcotic depravity that soon spun out of control, close quote. Among the regular visitors was, quote, a gaggle of girls who mainly lived at Monkey Peter Tork's house, one of the monkeys. Hey, hey, we're the monkeys. Used to come on TV. Okay. Which was also in Laurel Canyon, where gaggles of young girls were known to cluster around rock stars, sculptors, and mass murderers. Just a few doors down from Friedman, at 8504 Rid Path, lived Billy James, who also played a behind-the-scenes role in the success of the Byrds. A very young Jackson Brown, fresh from the imposing Brown family home in the Tony Old Money neighborhood of Highland Park, lived with James for a year, during which time Friedman worked to build a band around Brown. Toward that end, he recruited someone else who came from old money, a kid by the name of Ned Doheny. Curiously, publicist talent scout James had moved into his Laurel Canyon home in January 1964, a full year before the Byrds recorded the single that started a cultural revolution. Within no time at all, that home would be surrounded by the homes of numerous rock stars. Just another one of those amazing serendipities, I suppose. Most members of Buffalo Springfield also took up residence in everyone's favorite secluded canyon. Richie Furay initially moved in with Mark Volman of the Turtles, who already had a place up on Lookout Mountain. After marrying in March of 1967, Furay got his own place on the main thoroughfare, Laurel Canyon Boulevard. Neil Young, ever the recluse, found himself what has been described as a shack at 8451 Utica Drive, which was far from actually being a shack. And let me take this moment to apologize to you guys for not knowing who made the song Bad to the bone. I still say he got it from some blues singer somewhere. But please do excuse me for that, because I could imagine my disdain and how clamped I would be if one of you said that Love TKO was by Marvin Gaye. So see, I get it. I get it. It won't happen again. I'll keep my mouth shut unless I'm sure. Anyway. All right. Richie Furay. I think we had him up on the screen last week. Let's put him back up here. Of Buffalo Springfield. Richie Furay initially moved. Somebody probably said, "Oh, I thought it was Marvin Gaye." Anyway, okay. Richie Furay initially moved in with Mark Volman of the Turtles. The Turtles. All I know is De La Soul sampled them and got sued. Back when nobody was getting sued, De La Soul and Biz Markie was the one that broke open the whole game. The I Need a Haircut album was the first time they began suing for samples on a mass scale, and it changed the industry. And it also gave birth to the Puff Daddy style of sampling. Just take that, take that. Don't chop it up, just take that, take that. Okay. All right. Mark Volman of the Turtles, who already had a place up on Lookout Mountain after marrying in March of 1967, Furay got his own place on the main thoroughfare, Laurel Canyon Boulevard. Neil Young, ever the recluse, found himself what has been described as a shack at 8451 Utica Drive, which was far from actually being a shack. And Stills eventually moved into Peter Tork's home, which was also on Laurel Canyon Boulevard, and which once belonged to actor-comedian Wally Cox, a one-time roommate and close friend of fellow Canyonite Marlon Brando. It is unclear whether Palmer and Martin took up residence in the canyon. Now, the band would prove to have a difficult time keeping their lineup intact. Bruce Palmer had a habit of getting himself arrested on a regular basis, usually on drug charges. Some of those arrests led to deportation since both he and Young were in the country illegally. He never seems to have had much trouble getting back into the country, however, and not too surprisingly, none of his crimes seem to have actually been prosecuted in any meaningful way. He did, though, go missing on a fairly regular basis. During the band's 2-year run, Ken Coblin, Jim Fielder, formerly of Zappa's Mothers of Invention, and Jim Messina all filled in on bass for varying lengths of time, and Doug Hastings filled in for an occasionally absent Neil Young, who had a habit of quitting the band due to ego clashes with the Sarge. The Springfields' second single, recorded and mixed on December 5th, 1966, and written just a couple of weeks earlier, was released locally in December 1966 and nationally in early January 1967. It was the group's only hit single, and it is remembered today as the quintessential protest song of the 1960s. That song, of course, is For What It's Worth, the opening lines of which kicked off this book. Now, for all of us young whippersnappers, see how Big Unc like to do? I like to learn about things that came before me, too. It's kind of what smart people do. Okay, the opening lines of which kicked off this book. Be quiet, fella. Okay. I want to hear the first few notes. They can't get us for the first few notes, and I don't know the song. I bet you when I hear it I'll know it, but I don't know it by title. Wait a minute, is this the song Public Enemy sampled? Stop, hey children, what's that sound? Is that it? I don't know. I don't know it by the title. Let me see. Yep, that's it. Okay. Yep, that's it. Some of the other young people that don't have the musical acumen that I have still don't know what it was. You know, name that tune. I can name that tune in one note. Was that one note? Two notes? So yes, okay, I know that song. Yes. Stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. Right, classic hippie song. Okay. Okay. As a protest song, however, it doesn't quite measure up. Well, let's bring up the lyrics. Despite what is commonly believed today, the song was not a commentary on anti-war demonstrations. Far from it. The event under consideration was the so-called riot on the Sunset Strip, which involved about 1,000 kids who were demonstrating against the imposition of a curfew and the announcement that a popular club, happened to be called Pandora's Box, was slated to be closed. Pandora's Box, by the way, was at 8118 Sunset Boulevard. How Janusy. The Hermetic inversions just don't stop. Pandora's was a small coffee shop that featured poetry readings, folk music, and with the birth of folk rock, Laurel Canyon bands like Love and Buffalo Springfield. Now, I would have lost that question on any trivia show if they said, who made that song? I would have not been able to tell you. I would have made my guess. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Okay, Pandora's was a small coffee shop that featured, the crowds drawn to the club caused a bit of a problem, though, as Pandora's sat on a traffic island at the intersection of Sunset and Crescent Heights, which happens to be the gateway to Laurel Canyon. Hey. We don't need to hear that again. You try to get me in trouble. And overflow crowds would frequently spill out onto the boulevard, blocking traffic and endangering pedestrians. Even before the problems began, the building had been scheduled to be demolished as part of a planned road widening project. Nevertheless, the announcement of the closing sparked a demonstration, of course. And on the night of November 12th, 1966, that's 11/12/66, they like that type of stuff too, 200 cops squared off against an estimated 1,000 kids. The LAPD, being the LAPD, began cracking heads and arresting everyone in sight. Protesters responded by throwing rocks, setting a car ablaze, and attempting to ignite a bus. Just 1 month later, a song commemorating the event was blaring from car radios across the city. 8 months after that, Pandora's was bulldozed. Even if the song had been about anti-war protests, it still would be an odd choice for a protest song. Lyrics such as singing songs and carrying signs mostly say hooray for our side seem to largely dismiss the concerns of protesters. And the line, nobody's right if everybody's wrong, that's super ambiguity. Ladies, can you imagine if the man of the house came in and said that about a situation? Well, nobody's right if everybody's wrong. You say, man, grow a spine and make a decision. Seems to suggest that protesters are no better than that which they are protesting against. Both of you guys are wrong. Another curious irony about the song is that it was authorized by Stephen Stills, an authoritarian, law and order type of guy if ever there was one. Stills himself later heaped derision on the very notion of writing protest songs. Quote, "We didn't want to do another song like For What It's Worth. We didn't want to be a protest group. That's really a cop-out, and I hated that. To sit there and say, I don't like this and I don't like that, it's just stupid." Spoken like a truly compromised artist. While For What It's Worth is now the best remembered protest song of the 1960s, the most successful one at the time was Barry McGuire's recording of P.F. Sloan's The Eve of Destruction, which was also a curious choice for a protest song, for reasons best explained by Paul Jones of the band Manfred Mann. Quote, "I think that Barry McGuire must have been paid by the State Department." Wow. Well, just come right out and say it, Paul Jones. He said, quote, let me look at the guy that speaks that bluntly. I need to see your face. Yeah, there you go. Paul Jones, singer of the Manfred Mann. Yep. Oh, yeah, he's from the 60s. "I think that Barry McGuire must have been paid by the State Department. The Eve of Destruction protests about nothing. It is simply a thy doom at hand song with no point." Close quote. Sounds like somebody's hating. A little hate. Just a wee bit, maybe. Perhaps. I wish I had wrote it. Okay, let me plug up this fan. I gotta plug the fan. I gotta do something. I gotta do something before I just go up in flames like the Human Torch. Okay. All right, back at it. No, Paul was probably sincerely concerned that there was a lot of posers out there. I'm sure that there were some real guys in the real movement, just like during the conscious rap era. There was some real guys serious about the movement, and then there was some folks that was wearing African medallions and and wearing beads and talking about word to your mother. So yes, I get it. It is probably safe to say that to most music fans, there's a world of difference between a band like Buffalo Springfield and a band like Hey Hey with the Monkeys. And see how that's the one I know the most about? Because I was a little kid. I was a little kid, so of course this is the one that stood out to me. Hey, the monkeys, it's fun. Monkeys, goofy. Real music fans probably like, man, monkeys, my bottom lip. Okay. That perception, the perception that there's a world of difference between Buffalo Springfield and a band like the Monkees, that perception, however, is not necessarily accurate. As Unterberger has written, there was not nearly as much gauche commercialism separating the Monkees and the bold Sunset Strip vanguard as is commonly believed. The Byrds, Buffalo Springfield, and Barry McGuire might have been landing hit records with social protests, both gentle and incendiary, but they were tethered to a corporate media establishment in order to deliver those messages. On television's Where the Action Is show, you could actually see the Byrds lip-syncing the Bells of Rhymney in front of vacuous grinning beach bunnies. David McGowan is a nut. Okay, you can see the Byrds lip-syncing the Bells of Rhymney in front of vacuous grinning beach bunnies and muscle men cavorting on diving boards and plastic inner tubes. When Buffalo Springfield mimed to For What It's Worth on the Smothers Brothers show, they suffered the insertion of a shot of Tom Smothers pointing a gun at the camera during the line, "There's a man with a gun over there," to a burst of uproarious canned laughter. So they put a laugh track there. Somebody thought that was a good idea. Hey, when they say, "There's a man with a gun over there," then we're going to cut to one of the Smothers Brothers. And turn the laugh track on, please. The parallels between the bands actually ran far deeper than their mutual fondness for cheesy television appearances. Stephen Stills, it will be recalled, auditioned to be a monkey, as did singer-songwriters Harry Nilsson and Paul Williams. Stills and Tork remained close friends and frequently jammed together at various Laurel Canyon gathering spots. Both Tork and fellow monkey Mickey Dolenz, at times, joined the Springfield on stage at various local shows. And Stills, Young, and Dewey Martin, all sat in on Monkees recording sessions. On July 2nd, 1967, guitarist extraordinaire Jimi Hendrix played the whiskey and reportedly blew the roof off the place, figuratively speaking, of course. Shortly thereafter, he moved into Peter Tork's house in Laurel Canyon. By the middle of July, Hendrix had joined the Monkees on tour as their opening act. He was dropped after just a few dates, however, due to the fact that Monkees fans couldn't quite wrap their heads around Jimmy's brand of music. Oh, pardon me. So sorry. Perhaps this is where Jimmy picked up whatever it was he said he could see in his reflection when he looked in the mirror. And he had taken to not wanting to look in the mirror because he could see somebody else there. According to his former girlfriend and sister, he knew that he was, for lack of a better word, he was oppressed or possessed by some spirit. Hanging around with these folks didn't help. Throughout the remainder of the summer of 1967, Stephen and Dewey's Malibu home became the site of informal jam sessions including Stephen Stills, Jimi Hendrix, Buddy Miles, David Crosby, and Peter Tork. All of them ultimately ended up living at Tork's Laurel Canyon spread, which, as previously mentioned, came complete with a gaggle of young groupies who spent an inordinate amount of time lounging around the pool in various states of undress. Those jam sessions, both in Malibu and Laurel Canyon, were fueled by massive amounts of LSD. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Psych. He's talking about Lucifer. According to an anonymous insider interviewed by John Einerson, LSD guru Augustus Owsley Stanley. Get out of here. I have me a son. I'm going to name him Augustus. Augustus Theodore Jackson. Hope he was big like I was. Because he's going to have to fight. Owsley Stanley. Uh-oh. LSD guru. Wow. Stanley the Third. The third is what's coming up, but I don't know if that's who we want. Let's put LSD guru. LSD study. The king of LSD, according to Rolling Stone, Owsley Stanley. You must say it like that. Oh, yes. Owsley Stanley, the king of LSD. LSD guru Augustus Owsley Stanley used to give Bruce Palmer baggies full of acid, 1,000 tabs of purple. Somehow he befriended Bruce, so we, the band and various hangers-on, never lacked for LSD. Again, according to an anonymous insider. Okay. Close to the Buffalo Springfield band. There was yet one more curious tie between the Monkees and the Springfield. Well, right, okay, according to an anonymous insider interviewed by John Einerson. Yeah, okay, right, because Bruce Palmer was with them, okay. So it's talking about the collective of the Monkees and the crossover people that played with them that were from Buffalo Springfield. There was yet one more curious tie between the Monkees and the Springfield. While together in Chicago, unnamed members of both bands were allegedly immortalized by the notorious Cynthia Plaster Caster. Please tell me that she makes sculptures. If she makes sculptures, okay, not so bad. Sound like a 4-year-old came up with that. But Cynthia Plaster Caster. Our old friend Frank Zappa soon took Cynthia under his wing and relocated her to L.A. to continue with her important work, just as he had taken the nubile young women who would become the GTOs under his wing. Of course, Frank Zappa. He wanted Frank Zappa. It could reasonably be argued that Zappa did more than anyone to create one of the most peculiar artifacts of the 1960s. Zappa did more than anyone to create the rock and roll super groupie. The aforementioned Ahmet Ertegun, remember we looked at him, he was featured in the Ray film. The aforementioned Ahmet Ertegun, by the way, played a key role in launching the career of Mr. Zappa. Let's bring him up one more time. Here's Ahmet and Ray right here. See Ahmet and Mick Jagger. He's Big Boss. I think this is him. And yeah, okay. Of course, Ahmet was a big deal. Okay. The aforementioned Ahmet Ertegun, by the way, played a key role in launching the career of Mr. Zappa, so much so that Frank named one of his sons after him. Well, yeah, I'm sure he turned Frank on to a lot of stank. Meanwhile, Zappa's shady manager, Herb Cohen, was involved with the Buffalo Springfield financially. Steven knew Herbie from New York, according to Einerson. The Laurel Canyon crowd, to be sure, was a close-knit group, all the more so because so many of them seemed to have known one another before arriving there. Just a couple of weeks before Jimmy's debut at the Whiskey A Go-Go, he had dazzled the crowd at the Monterey Pop Festival, where the band currently under review, Buffalo Springfield, had also played, though by most accounts, not very well. Neil Young was taking one of his leaves of absence from the band, and Doug Hastings filled in on second lead guitar. In addition, Stills brought his buddy, David Crosby, out on stage to join the band, which by many accounts was a rather poor decision on Stephen's part. Really. According to bassist Bruce Palmer, quote, Crosby stunk to high heaven. He didn't know what he was doing. He was all ego. He came on for 40 minutes and embarrassed us. Close quote. Guitarist Hastings agreed, explaining that Crosby's, quote, problem was that he couldn't play rhythm guitar very well, though he thought he could. That was one of the reasons why we sounded so bad at Monterey. Wow, they threw him all the way up under the bus. Well, tell the truth, shame the devils. Oh yeah, he looks like he really gets busy on the rhythm guitar. Oh yeah, he's a rhythmic machine. Reeks of rhythm and timing and swag. Look at him. A man's man with a man's mustache. Anyway. After spending the summer of love jamming with members of both Jimi Hendrix's Band of Gypsies and the Monkees, Buffalo Springfield hit the road in November 1967 as the opening act for the Beach Boys, a pairing nearly as odd as the Monkees and Jimi Hendrix. Bruce Palmer, whom we have already learned was not one to mince words, had this to say about the Beach Boys as a performing band. Okay. They were real lousy musicians, but they had terrific harmony and a name. They were a studio group. Wait a minute. I lost my place. Okay. They were a studio group. On stage, it was like the Monkees. They would spend weeks and months in the studio with Brian Wilson perfecting harmonies and overdubs, but you put them on stage and they stunk. Close quote. The Beach Boys' Buffalo Springfield tour included a stop, curiously enough, at West Point Military Academy, which isn't really a regular stop on most rock tours. While on the road, the members of the Springfield formed a close bond with Dennis Wilson, a bond that would be built upon in April of 1968, when the Springfield again went on tour with the Beach Boys. That tour was launched on April 5th, almost 2 years to the day from the fabled meeting that allegedly forged the band. It was the last major tour the group would undertake. Just after returning from that 1968 tour, Dennis Wilson bonded with another local musician, a guy by the name of Charles Manson. When Dennis introduced his new friend Charlie to his buddies in Buffalo Springfield, Neil Young in particular was quite smitten. How you like my stuff, Neil? Huh? Check out track number 3 is my favorite. Okay. On April 28th, the band began playing its last series of local shows. On May 5th, at the Long Beach Arena, Buffalo Springfield played together as a band for the last time. They had been scheduled to play 2 shows that day, the first at a venue in Torrance. But that earlier show never materialized, the band released its third and final album, Last Time Around, some 3 months later. As with albums released nearly simultaneously by the Byrds, Sweetheart of the Rodeo, and the International Submarine Band, Safe at Home, the Springfield's final album is often cited as being a pioneering effort in the creation of the country rock genre. That was just one curious shift that occurred in the local music scene. The folk rock movement, as it turns out, didn't really last very long in its original incarnation. To the contrary, it quickly splintered into 3 subgenres, into 3 distinct new genres: country rock, psychedelic rock, and the introspective singer-songwriter school of folk rock most closely associated with former mental patient James Taylor. None of those musical genres, notably, posed much of a threat to the establishment. Yeah, most of them put you to sleep. The navel-gazers eschewed social concern in favor of focusing on tales of personal anguish. The acid rockers largely preached the mantra of turn on, tune in, drop out, and the country rockers largely stuck to traditional, which is to say quite conservative country music themes. So there's no room for revolutionary music when there's all of that going on. Tales of personal anguish. It's a great way to describe Tupac's music. Not so revolutionary, just a lot of personal anguish. Crying and complaining a lot. Following the breakup of Buffalo Springfield, Richie Furay and sometime bassist Jim Messina went on to form the band Poco. Not familiar. Through various formations, the band was critically acclaimed but never had a great deal of commercial success. Jim Messina ultimately left to become half of Loggins and Messina. Is that Loggins as in Kenny Loggins? I'm asking one of my older brothers or sisters. His replacement, Randy Meisner, went on to become an Eagle. A guy by the name of Greg Allman, who played briefly with Poco during its formative days, went on to front the Allman Brothers. Thank you, Kanga Kong. And good to see you. I just happened to glance down there now, so don't y'all be talking to me because I have to keep my eyes on the book. But I just glanced down there to see if somebody would answer me. So thank you. So that's Kenny Loggins. Okay, that's where Kenny Loggins came from. This is it. Make no mistake where you are. Okay, anyway. Poco debuted at the Troubadour, which served as the breeding ground for the country rock movement in November 1968. The band's first album, Picking Up the Pieces. They trying to bite off the average white man? The band's first album, or I guess Average White Man, came out after this. The band's first album, Picking Up the Pieces, hit the shelves 6 months later. I know it's Pick Up the Pieces is a song by the Average White Man. I'm making a not so funny. The band's first album, Picking Up the Pieces, hit the shelves 6 months later, not long after the release of the debut album by country rock rivals, the Flying Burrito Brothers. Now, if I know one of their songs, I'll be shocked. I probably do. I just didn't know it's by the Flying Burrito Brothers. Formed by former Byrds Graham Parsons and Chris Hillman. Bird David Crosby, meanwhile, teamed up with Springfield's Stephen Stills and ex-Holly Graham Nash, who had arrived in Laurel Canyon in December 1968 and quickly found lodging in Joni Mitchell's Canyon home. I bet he did. To form a band first known as the Frozen Noses, a name inspired by the trio's fondness for cocaine. Snow. frozen noses, sugar booger. By the late, so they call it. I've never smelled it, thank God. By the late 1960s, the drug that would eventually become the drug of choice of the disco crowd has already begun pouring into Laurel Canyon. As glam rocker Michael DeBar recalled, every drug dealer was in Laurel Canyon, quote unquote. Along with the drugs came lots of guns and huge piles of cash. Before long, according to Laurel Canyon chronicler Michael Walker, quote, cocaine became a pseudo-currency, like cigarettes in prison, unquote. A decade later, the world would catch a glimpse of that dark canyon undercurrent when 4 battered bodies were bagged and removed from a house on Wonderland Avenue, but we've already covered that. The newest Laurel Canyon band was quickly renamed Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And by the summer of now I get it. Okay. Again, I'm learning. I didn't know. Okay. All right. So the newest Laurel Canyon band was quickly renamed Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And by the summer of 1969, they had the top-selling album in the country. That disc would remain on the charts for an unprecedented 2 years. 2 whole years. When the band got ready to hit the road, though, there was a little problem, given that Stills was the only serious musician in the band, and it was he who had played virtually all the instruments on that debut album. It was going to be difficult, as Barney Hoskins noted, quote, to translate their layered studio sound to the stage. The solution was, as Einerson has written, to bring Neil Young on board to provide more oomph to their live sets. And see, that's one reason why people's music does not sound the same on stage as on the record. The studio, you can do a lot of magic that you may not be able to do on the stage. Sometimes, it's just like that. It's great when you see an artist who can actually who can actually do it on stage as well as in the studio. All right. And so it was by the end of the year, CSN, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, had become Crosby, Stills, Nash, Young, CSNY. Pardon me. And no, that's not a spinoff of Law & Order SVU. Now, the band just needed a rhythm section. Dallas Taylor, who had played on sessions for the first album, was recruited as a drummer. Stills and Young summoned Bruce Palmer. Let me get him off of here. He looked like he's about to jump through here. Hey, man, you're reading about me? Me and my old buds? I don't know who to put up in it. Buffalo Springfield. Crosby, Stills, Nash, anything. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young, supergroup. All right. Okay. According to Palmer, however, Stills and Young summoned Bruce Palmer to come down from California, to come down from Canada. Stills and Young summoned Bruce Palmer to come down from Canada to handle bass duties. According to Palmer, however, that didn't work out, primarily because once he got to L.A. and started rehearsing at Stevens' house with Crosby and Nash, it became real evident that they were nothing but backup singers. They didn't like it and decided to change it. They couldn't take that. They thought they were too big, too famous, too talented. They weren't talented. They were backup singers. It looked to them as if Crosby and Nash, it looked to them as if it was Crosby and Nash backing up Buffalo Springfield, being nothing more than harmony singers for Stephen, Neil, myself, and Dallas Taylor. That's from Bruce Palmer. According to Palmer, The first Crosby, Stills, Nash album was, quote, 95% Steven doing everything, and he's got his backup singer boys with him, close quote. Considering that Stills composed the majority of the material, played most of the instruments, and produced and arranged the album, Palmer's assessment seems a reasonable one. In any event, CSNY didn't last too long, dissolving after their 1970 tour. That's Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. Stills next recruited the ubiquitous Chris Hillman to form Manassas, which also proved to be short-lived. Not long after, David Geffen teamed Hillman with Richie Furay and J.D. Souther to create a failed clone of Crosby, Stills, and Nash. The real CSN was not the only new Laurel Canyon band to release a debut album in 1969. Three Dog Night, mentored and first recorded by Beach Boy Brian Wilson, released their self-titled debut in January, and in June, a psychedelic rock band from the LC issued its first LP. Throughout 1968, the band, then known as Nazz, N-A-Z-Z, had been a regular presence on the Sunset Strip, where they gained a reputation for being heavy on the theatrics, but light on the musicianship. The band was fronted by Vincent Fernier. Nazz, I've never heard that band before. Okay. The Nazz was an American rock band formed in Philadelphia in 1967. The group was founded by guitarist and principal songwriter Todd Rundgren and bassist Carson Van Osten, drummer Tom Mooney, and vocalist keyboardist Robert Stu Key Anthony joined soon after. So that's Nazz. Why look so sullen? You're trust fund kids. Yes, I know, but we want to seem as if we've had a struggle. Look at our faces. Anyway, I don't even know if they're British. Lord help me. Okay. The band was fronted by Vincent Fernier, the boyfriend of Miss Christine of the GTOs. Miss Pamela, a.k.a. Pamela DeBar, described Fernier as a rich kid from Phoenix. Unplug him, Adamus. A staunch supporter of the war in Vietnam, Vince would later become a golf partner of notoriously conservative Senator Barry Goldwater. Fernier would soon change his own name and the name of his band to Alice Cooper. Well, I never. Fernier would soon change his own name and the name of his band to Alice Cooper after deciding that he was the reincarnation of a witch who purportedly lived in the 17th century. So if Alice Cooper is really about that change to Christian, I suppose the first thing he'd want to do is change his name back to a man's name that's not a witch. Oh, representing the D. No, please don't. Okay. Wow. One more time. Fernier would soon change his own name and the name of his band to Alice Cooper after deciding that he was the reincarnation of a witch who purportedly lived in the 17th century. Frank Zappa signed the band, whose debut album, Pretty's For You, was the first release on Zappa's straight label. After transforming into a shock rock band, the group would hit it big a few years later with the release of School's Out. The School's Out Forever. That one. Cooper had a curious connection to another rather eccentric Canyon character, Mr. Brian Wilson. In later years, both Cooper and Wilson would receive wildly controversial psychiatric treatment from a certain Eugene Landy, who took complete control of Wilson's life for an entire decade. MK Ultra handler much? We got to look at his face, if we can see it. First of all, Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys. Let's bring him up. I wish they all could be MK Ultra girls. There he is. Okay. And the guy, let's find him. The handler, Cat, who gave out this wildly controversial psychiatric treatment to both Cooper and Wilson. His name is Eugene Landy. Just like Landy. Eugene Landy. American psychologist, of course. Oh, yes, from the hippie era. Eugene Ellsworth, that would be the child's second name. It would be Owsley Ellsworth. That's it, Owsley Ellsworth. Pardon me. Eugene Ellsworth Landy was an American psychologist known for his unconventional 24-hour therapy and treatment of celebrity clients. His most famous patient was the Beach Boys' Brian Wilson, with whom he formed a controlling business and creative partnership in the 1980s. Well, of course he would. Oh, boy, can you even believe this stuff? So, Mr. Brian Wilson, okay, in later years, both Cooper, that's Alice Cooper, and Brian Wilson received treatment. Oh, yeah, it was during this time, during his Jim Carrey I Don't Care phase. He received it. So he'd rather keep beard than sign with the Yankees. Oh, did they program him with alpha programming, which would make you a great athlete and soldier? Did they do that? I'm tripping. Here's Brian Wilson. Beach Boys, Brian Wilson. Is Brian Wilson still in the Beach Boys? Okay. All right, let's go. Okay. Wow, Mr. Brown. Okay, in later years, both Cooper and Wilson would receive wildly controversial psychiatric treatment from a certain Eugene Landy, who took complete control of Wilson's life for an entire decade. Oh, Eugene did. Another star client of Landy's was Academy Award winner Gig Young. Really? Never heard tell. Oh, he's an actor. Gig Young was an American actor. He was nominated for the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor for his performances in Come Feel the Cup and Teacher's Pet. Finally winning that award for they shoot horses, don't they? So, okay, here's Gig Young. Okay. Oh, he looks familiar. Okay. On October 19th, 1978, Gig Young and his fifth wife, Kim Schmidt, were found shot through the head in their New York City apartment. The 64-year-old Young, raised as would be expected in Washington, D.C. He was raised in D.C., had just married the young art gallery worker 3 weeks earlier. There was no note found, and no one close to the pair could come up with a motive for either to commit suicide. So the incident naturally was written off as a murder/suicide. Young had just taped an episode of the Joe Franklin television show that day, and he presumably had given no indication that anything was amiss. The show never aired. As for the original members of Buffalo Springfield, Stephen Stills and Neil Young are still known to perform at times. Richie Furay founded the Calvary Chapel near Boulder, Colorado. Okay, he found the Lord, or he allowed for the Lord to find him. And for quite some time served there as senior pastor. Bruce Palmer died of a heart attack on October 1st, 2004, and Dewey Martin was found dead by his roommate on February 1st, 2009. He had been living in a nondescript apartment in Van Nuys, California. Oh boy. Chapter 16 is called Altamont Pie, Graham Parsons. So what'd you guys think about that read? Wasn't that something? Each one is something. You almost don't even know what to say. I'm like, wow. Wait till we get a hold to Barvin Gang. It's been 20-something years since I read that book. And I don't have the same concerns about the author in reading his material. And we've talked about that before. David Ritz is rich as cream, and he is the go-to guy for all of the, and he's probably got audiobooks, but he's the go-to guy for certain people's biographies. He did Aretha, he did Marvin, he did Ray, and one more big one. That's big. Okay, you get those three, that's kind of big. So anyway, David Ritz wrote that, Divided Soul. That's what we'll be reading next for our Songwriter Secret expose. Let me see what folks are saying here. Let me look and see. Y'all want to look and see too? Y'all can look and see at the same time if you want to. Let me see here. So their souls said be borrowed. Shan said Crosby clearly walked the line all this time. Amazing, the lives lost. Crosby also has the perfect disguise. I've been seeing this guy since I was a kid. I didn't know what he did. I mean, I knew he sang songs that my mama doesn't like, but I mean, he looked so unassuming. This guy a warlock? No, not this guy. And that's how they get down. That's how they get down. Let's see. Lacey Lavender says, very interesting, isn't it? Yes, it is. All these connections in suicide, says SFT. At least 2 every chapter. Yeah. Slim Hussein said we was cutting up since Pick Up the Pieces. Right? Nicholas says, smash that like, y'all. So good to see you in here. Nephew Nick. Big Niece Sean Shine 87 is here. Yep, she said, I used to think all these random happenstances that these people either were related or went to school together is by design. And, you know, ultimately, if you think about things from this Luciferian worldview that we have, Lucifer believes that there's a it's a bloodline thing. Supposedly, there's the serpent seed and there's the seed of Adam and Eve. And so there are folks who say, and I remember Tila Tequila was one of the more famous people that was professing this. She was saying that it's way more of them that are related than they want you to know. Black ones related to white ones. I immediately thought of Reggie Bush. I don't know why. I'm not a big sports fan, but when I get to know a player's name, especially in my anti-sports years, I'm coming out of my anti-sports years now that I'm now that I'm going to do this news show and this sports thing or whatever, I'm trying. I'm not anti like I once was. I do understand the benefits of sports and of teamwork and of learning how to play on a team. Beautiful thing. But when an athlete, when I know the athlete, they're pumping them up pretty good. And they was really pumping Reggie Bush. Reggie Bush. Wasn't he with a Kardashian? Wasn't he with the Kardashian, Kim? But what do I know? Tila Tequila was crazy. She had an aneurysm. She lost her mind. All the rest of the things that the press wants us to believe. But anyway, and I do believe that they did go in and try to wipe her mind after she went on that rant. And it was my sports fan cousin who showed me that, because she was going with, man, I wish he claimed he's coming, but we'll see. Pardon me, but he can tell it better. She was going with some NFL team owner's daughter. Mac TV, you might be familiar with that. She was going with some NFL team owner's daughter, and I guess the daughter got Laurel Canyoned. Some suspicious thing happened with her death, and I think it was ruled a suicide. But anyway, it supposedly set Tila Tequila off, and she started telling things. And it was during one of those rants where she said that. And, of course, even if she didn't say it, we think it. I've been thinking this for some time, right? It ain't quite the morning, but thank you, Lord. Thank goodness. I'm so glad to see y'all here. So good to see Sister Minister T. Shout out to you and the Riga family. Slim Hussein said Kim K been be doing something to our brothers. So did Erica Badu. Who was it? Birdman told somebody. I was watching an interview yesterday, and Birdman told somebody. I forget who it was, but maybe it was Glasses Malone. It was like he saw Erica Badu at some award show, and he was like, man, she was bad. And he was like, I didn't know she was bad like that, but, all respect to the DOC and Andre 3000 and common sense. But, so I was about to step to her and say, Birdman, grab me by the coat. And, it was like, nah, you don't want to do that. And I'm thinking to myself, like he's trying to say I ain't got enough game. She's out of my league or something. And he say, so he got ready to go over there. He say, Birdman grabbed him again. Now this Birdman, I can't even do it. Put some respect on my name, Birdman. So he's in it himself. He say Birdman told him. I wish I could say it exactly like he said it, but he was like, "No, Woody, you don't want to do that. She got some powers." And the dude was like, "I know, Baby and them from Louisiana, and they know about that type of stuff down there." And so I looked at his face, and I could just tell by the look on his face he was telling me something serious. And so I sat back down. But yes, so yes, there's a lot of those witches who are set against the entertainers. I do believe that, and we read the book After the Dance, which was about Marvin's second marriage. And it's from her perspective primarily. But we saw so much in there that made us think that she was one of them. One of them, like whatever the Kardashians are, whatever Erykah Badu is, Marvin Gaye's little teenage girl Janice, she was one of those too. Janice was her name. And he had no business messing around with her, no way. Twice her age, literally twice her age. She was 17 and he was 34. About to be 34. But I'm telling y'all, we're gonna enjoy Divided Soul. Divided Soul is from Marvin's point of view. Okay. And I've already been practicing. And of course, more important, the important business as always. The prayer request show, praise and worship, I really want to do that tomorrow, so that we're not up so late doing that, and so that I can get back in a normal sleep cycle. Because when I stay up with you guys, and I love to stay up with you guys, I get a kick out of it. But it ruins the entire next day. You can't go to sleep at 6 o'clock in the morning. You can't go to sleep at 7 o'clock in the morning. So by the time I fall asleep, I'll be done slept and missed the entire day. And then I got to do it again. So I'm back up at night again. So I'm going to drastically, I have to change it because it's not enough hours in the day as it is. And a lot of people not on my night owl schedule. So I'm going to make adjustments in that. Anyway. Mac TV said Mike Tyson video on Industry Hoax channel was wild. So many of his fights completely rigged. You know, I saw that. And shout out to Industry Hoax channel. They've always shown me love and respect. And I want to give those sisters the same love and respect back. If y'all not hip to Industry Hoax channel, they do great work. They really do. However, I don't know if I'm rolling with the Mike Tyson thing. Now, what I will say is that he reached the level in his sport where certainly he'd have some fixed fights. But see, I heard Mike say some things. Mike said something to Joe Rogan, and he also said something on his own podcast. He was like, cuss the motto. He read everything. And he really got into my mind, you know. He really did a number on me, you know. He really got into my mind as a teenager, you know. And so, I'm still trying to work through some of those things, that he taught me. Cuss the motto, Mike Tyson said, read all kinds of stuff about ESP and the paranormal and all that, Aleister Crowley and all that type of stuff. And I was nervous because it was Joe Rogan. I said, "There's no way I can put up a Joe Rogan clip and not get clipped on here." But I wanted to post it so bad because it was so obvious what Mike Tyson was talking about. He didn't know it was MK Ultra, but they MK Ultra that boy, and usually that's like super soldier status type stuff for athletes. I don't think that they just waste a Mike Tyson or waste a LeBron or waste a Shaq on sports. I think that's their leisure and recreation time. They probably send them boys over there to Bosnia and and Rwanda and all type of other places. They probably send them over there to take care of some business during the off season. Yep. Yeah, my Mike Tyson needs some work. His voice has changed over the years. My Mike Tyson needs some work. But yeah, let me look at some more of these comments here. Any info on Tim Dog? Tim Dog? You mean Tim Dog that said F Compton? That guy? Tim Dog, formerly of the Ultramagnetic MCs? So he said. I don't remember no Tim Dog. I remember Sid G, the champion. I remember Kool Keith. And I think one other one, and it wasn't Tim Dog. So I don't know where he get that claim from. But yes, I did hear that he faked his death. Big nephew right now, so you agree with the theory that they probably send Shaq and them over to Rwanda? I mean, back when he was younger. Of course not. Now his knees ain't no good. Now he can't jump out of no helicopter. Yes, I do believe that. Born Identity. Man, there's so many of them movies. Born Identity, A Long Kiss Goodnight, Red Sonja, she's one. What's the Marvel chick? She's one. Oh, that's her name, right? La Femme Nikita. It's a bunch of these movies about these. Telephone is the name of one movie. Yep. Perry Picool. Now, I noticed that you got a good old school memory. You say Tim Dog was with them. Zach Raines, what's going on? Good to see you. And I'm sorry, I know I'm all over the place here. Mo Love, the DJ from MK Ultra. Mo Love. Mo Love. But that wasn't Tim Dog. What did Tim Dog do in the Ultramagnetic MCs? Magnetic. I'm showing my age. Or my purest hip hop chops, whichever one you prefer, because it's not a lot of purists can compete with my hip hop historical knowledge. Confessions of a Dangerous Mind about Chuck Barris from The Gong Show. Yes, Dave McGowan did indeed mention Chuck Barris from The Gong Show. He made those claims. Chuck Barris says that he was one of them, and he wasn't no big guy. So if they sent Chuck Barris overseas to do hits for the CIA, if they sent him over there, then what you think they was making Mike Tyson do? A man that will bite another man, that will bite a piece of another man's ear off. Oh yeah, Chuck Barris. Chuck Barris said that he was one of those guys. You know, he did the Gong Show by day, and he did his little shuffle, his little dance. Hey, everybody, it's the Gong Show. Hey. And then by night, he'll hop on a flight and be sent off to Central America somewhere, hop out of a low-flying airplane into enemy territory and do government hits. That's what he said. That's what she said. That's what Chuck Barris said. So it's not just us conspiracy theorists who come out and say these things. I told y'all about old Elvis. And look at Elvis. No. Somebody said, I'd rather not. Old Elvis. I want to see that picture. Elvis Presley. Oh, here we go. Wait a minute. It was during this meeting, I think, at the White House when I thought I saw a picture of them giving him the certificate or him holding the certificate for the best sharpshooter. He was the best sharpshooter in the nation one year, y'all. He was the best sharpshooter in the nation one year. So, and see, you can send an entertainer overseas under the premise of they're going to entertain. They send Beyonce over there to Dubai to one of them imams, not imams, pardon me, to one of them emirs. They send her over there. The emir is thinking he's getting the deal of his lifetime. He's about to get a Beyonce show, so that's going to make him the envy of all of his peers. And also, he's going to spend the night with Beyonce because you know that's part of the deal. And the whole time, and Beyonce is going to have her little camera, and she's going to do her little thing and get whatever information that she's supposed to get from him, and then come on back to the United States like it was just a tour. So it was a great way to move intelligence operatives around without suspicion. You're not suspicious because James Brown is in Africa doing a show. You know, that's what he does. But while he's there, we can have him blah, blah, blah. So, and I don't think James was one, but I'm just using that idea as an example. So yeah, Elvis, I believe he was one, was a hero the most. But so that's one thing I really like about this book is that who's in here cussing and going on? if you're gonna spell it, spell the whole word out, or don't say it at all, because that make you look like a scared one. But anyway, you got to get out of here with that type of talk anyway. Goodbye. I don't know who you are, and I don't care to know. Big nephew Ronell said this might be too much ism for some folks. Big uncle. Well, hey, they know what to expect when they come here. Chocolate E, let's ride. Wait a minute. You were several hours early. No, always a blessing to see you. Mantronics. Mantronics was dope. They were some of the dope producers that was out during that time when drum machine tricks was what made you dope, and they was really good with the drums. So was Chuck Nice, Woody Wood of 3 Times Dope. They were really dope with the drum machine too. But yeah, Mantronics was real nice with the drums, and a pioneering producer in hip hop. Did a lot of things first, but I don't know anything of them. But I do think about Kraftwerk, and I think that Kraftwerk was a similar thing. I don't think that those little narrow boys was helicoptered nowhere. But I do think, especially when you read up on Kraftwerk was some kind of government thing. Sonic warfare, mind control. For the new Reich. And of course, you see, we're all fine, upstanding German boys, fine Nordic men of outstanding Aryan genetics, and we will be just the perfect ones to manipulate these machines and come up with a new sound for a human being. We make Führer proud. Yep. And when you read the Wikipedia of Kraftwerk, they even go off into how German universities came together and brought us Kraftwerk, actually. And they built a lot of their own instruments. Did y'all know that? Some folks are like, what is Kraftwerk? Everybody here has heard something from Kraftwerk. I didn't do Shaq. I don't know if I could do Shaq. He's lower than Barry White. Kraftwerk. Everybody knows Kraftwerk music. The fathers of techno. Come on. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, if this come on in the club in Detroit right now, everybody gonna go crazy and start doing the jit. If it's on the east side. That's German, right? I forget what they say it says, but that's German. You see, it sounds demonic, but just know that that's German. Uh-oh. Kraftwerk. That's Kraftwerk. Kraftwerk is. There would be no Planet Rock if not for Kraftwerk, because Africa Bambaataa and them ripped Kraftwerk off terrible for all them songs. Trans Europe Express and Tour de France. I know you're like, what is he talking about? This was Kraftwerk Tour de France. believe it or not. And yep, those were the songs that people picked apart and made Miami bass out of. People picked that apart and they made the early breakdancing, some of the early breakdancing up-tempo records, especially Bambaataa. Bambaataa loved to sample them. I bet you thought I was going to say something else. He loved that too, I understand, but we're not talking about that. 1977. Wow. Trans-Euro Express.
TEE. Trans-Euro Express.
Yeah, see that.
Express.
That's what people in Detroit are so crazy. And Chicago. Because y'all turned it into house, we turned it into techno. But Kraftwerk is behind. Kraftwerk gave us that robotic beat. Lots of groups did it. Kraftwerk became the face of it. I think they were the most serious about it. Like I said, they made a lot of their own instruments. And they're considered to be the innovators and pioneers of electronic music. And today, it's all electronic. Them sounds sounded weird to you. They sounded weird too back then. But just like today, the sounds that sound weird to a young kid, what sounds weird to an older, more mature ear, that's what intrigues a young kid. So we as young kids, we listening to this like, oh, wow, what's the robotic sounds? And then you start doing robotic movements. And perhaps more robotic thinking and behaviors begin to get implemented. You know, they're part of the technocracy that Days of Noah talks about so much. And I don't think we've ever mentioned them. But yeah, Kraftwerk, we should do a whole study on Kraftwerk. Well, pardon me, I know we've mentioned them, but Kraftwerk is worthy of an entire study. A German band formed in Dusseldorf in 1970 by Ralf Hutter and Florian Schneider, widely considered to be the innovators and pioneers of electronic music. Kraftwerk were among the first successful acts to popularize the genre. The group began as part of West Germany's experimental krautrock scene in the early 1970s, before fully embracing electronic instrumentation, including synthesizers, drum machines, and vocoders. The vocoder, today, anytime y'all hear the robot voice today, y'all think about Jay-Z, Death of Auto-Tune. We're experiencing the third version. This is 3.0 of the robot voice. The robot voice was going on way back in the early 70s. The first one, it was called the vocoder. Is what you hear when you hear on Planet Rock. That super, it really sounds like a robot. Or push the button. That's another one. What's another one? Jam on it. The robot voice on that. What's a great example of an old school song with the robot voice? The vocoder. You guys, it's escaping me right now. Where's Most High? Nope, Roger Troutman is the second wave. Roger Troutman's is not called the vocoder, nor is it called auto-tune. Roger Troutman's is a whole different thing. It's the talk box, and that's his innovation. So no, not Zap. So it goes vocoder, talk box, auto-tune. Because Roger and Zap improved on the vocoder with the talk box. So it goes vocoder. Here we go. Here go one. No, y'all not ready for me. Electricity. come to electric kingdom. That is the vocoder. You gotta love that song. This is the vocoder.
Ain't it a pity? Isn't it pretty?
Come on, get to it. Where's the hook? Here we go. That's the vocoder.
Ain't it a pity? 'Cause you hate this.
Do you hear that? It's very stiff. Roger can pitch bend his. There was no pitch bending of that. Secondly, here's another example. Here's one. Operator. There it is right there. That's the vocoder. Operator, this is an emergency. That's the vocoder. That's why we use the vocoder on the song during the hook. Then Roger, the way we do, because, you know, I don't know who invented the vocoder. It might have been Kurzweil or one of those cats. But we know who made the talk box, and the talk box was a funkier thing where you can actually pitch bend and wave your voice. You can do tremolo and all of that, things you could not do with the vocoder. That's Roger and Zapp. I don't have to demonstrate Roger and Zapp. Y'all know more bounce to the ounce. It does not sound the same now, does it? It's different. We listened to this before. Much more flexible than the vocoder was. You see, electricity versus more bounce to the ounce. So there's a progression there. Now, this auto-tune, it's a whole nother animal. Because Roger's talkbox improved on the vocoder, yes. But if you couldn't sing, you can't work Roger's talkbox well. It's not going to sound right for you. It's not going to sound as good. Being able to sing and play the keys assisted Roger's talkbox in totally destroying anybody wanting to use the vocoder ever again. Well, auto-tune takes it one step forward or backward. I don't know. Auto-tune is, Big Nephew Ronell, me and you can go in there and we can remake a Marvin Gaye song and hit every note. That's auto-tune. Now, it's going to sound kind of robotic when I'm below the note and it has to bring me up. It's going to sound a little robotic when I'm above the note and it has to bring me down. That's what y'all hearing in my singing on calculator. That's auto-tune. Got it? Your mama. Your mama. Andre Anderson, you smell funky. Okay. So yeah. So that's just a little music 101. But at the end of the day, you see where they ended up. They ended up with something that helped non-singers sing at the end of the day. So you can't quite hit a particular note. That auto-tune takes you up there, but it just sounds kind of robotic when it does. That's all. Anyway. Okay. So that's that. I said I was going to show y'all my fish. Look at all these tabs. We didn't need all of these. Buffalo, Springfield. Whew. I had a cousin look kind of like that. He's crazy too. Neil Young. Does okay? Who made the song? Talking about and he never did give the Tin Man. Is that the same person that made on a desert on a riding through the desert on a horse with no name? Where's Kanka Kong? She was helping me. I'm trying to understand. I get those two voices confused if it's not the same person. Y'all know what I'm talking about? America. Da, 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 da. Okay, that's America. Okay, why did Gavin Prince say Paul Simon? Is Paul Simon a part of America? Again, these are questions that I don't know. You can ask me, wasn't Bootsy Collins a part of Parliament Funkadelic? And I say, well, yeah, first he was with James Brown and them, and then the Funkadelics, and then they became Parliament Funkadelic. See, we have to exchange information sometimes, y'all. A horse with no name, that's America, okay. Do Paul Simon have anything to do with that? Thank you, I love you. No, thank you. Thank you. See? How would I know? Like Whitney Houston. That John go? Yeah. In the desert, on a horse with no name. That's an interesting song. I was in the Uber the other day. Had a driver about my age, white fella, and he was playing all this music that we've been reading about. Not all of it, but some of it. And it's another one of them songs that I like, though he's not mentioned this in Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon, and this may not even be in the right year bracket, y'all. See, I can admit it's not my wheelhouse, but I love that song. I like the song. It happened to play while I was in the Uber. It's by Leonard Skinner, if I got it right. It's Freebird. Freebird is a bad tune. See, I have range. Freebird is a bad tune. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway. Thank you. Now I know. That's America. Okay, America made that. Thank you, Cocoa Puffs and everybody else. Coffee Black. I Bring It Every Day. Save State. I Love You was first. ND Programorama. Yeah, that's a bad tune, Brother Perry. Something wrong with your ears if you don't think that tune is they tearing it down in that song. Satan gave him lots of power over that. Yes, great guitar on Freebird. Great solo. Y'all can strike that like if you like tonight. I know folks probably want me to read another chapter, but that would totally go against what it is I said at the front of the program. And I really do mean that. Again, I don't have that feeling at all about reading the Marvin Gaye. We can start that immediately. But of course, I want to separate the two broadcasts. I wouldn't want to put that in with this. So the next time we can start reading Divided Soul, if y'all like. Zach Rain said that's one of your favorites, no cap. He going hard on that song. In this bird you cannot change. Yeah. And he hitting his notes. My number one gripe with rock and roll is the lack of note holding soul. And when they do that, hey, I ain't got nothing to say. He holding them notes and everything. He killing that. Who's the lead singer of that group? Leonard or Skinner? Those guys are great. Anyway, enough about that secular music. And this bird you cannot change. I love that. I want somebody to know they can't change me. Oh boy, that's a great song that gives you an excuse not to change when you know you should. When you know you did wrong. Put on Freebird, drink a beer. Say I'm American. I don't have to change. I'm a free bird. And I know my rights. Skinny Leonard. Ronnie Van Zant died real young in a plane crash. Oh, yeah? Is he part of the 27 Club? Ronnie Van Zant. That boy going. See? And I watched Patti LaBelle on Drink Champs. Y'all know I had to. I want to see what she was going to say. If she's going to say, and yeah, they on the internet talking about I'm down with the devil and I'm singing for the Illuminati. Or I just want to see if she was going to say something like, and I'm just so thankful to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I want to see what she's going to do that. And of course she didn't. Ronnie Van Zant. Okay. But yeah, she says she don't mess with planes. Aretha didn't mess with planes. Whole lot of them was like, that's how they get you. Ronnie Wade Van Zant was an American musician known as the lead vocalist, primary lyricist, and founding member of the Southern rock band. Oh, okay, they from the South, no wonder. Okay. Leonard Skinner. He was the oldest brother of two other rock vocalists, current lead vocalist Johnny Van Zant and Donnie Van Zant, the founder and vocalist of 38 Special. I didn't know that. Okay. Doesn't tell us how he passed. Okay. On October 20th, 1977, a plane carrying the band between shows from Greenville, South Carolina to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, ran out of fuel outside Galesburg, Mississippi. The passengers had been informed about potential problems with the Convair CV-240 and were told to brace for a crash. Van Zant died on impact from head injuries suffered after the aircraft struck a tree. What about his bandmates? Bandmates Steve Gaines and Casey Gaines, along with assistant road manager Dean Kilpatrick, pilot Walter McCreary, and co-pilot William Gray were also killed. The rest of the band was seriously injured. He was 29, so no, he was just outside of the 27 club, but 2 and 9 is 11, and they'll take that. I don't think Nichelle Nichols was one. I don't think Bill Russell was an Illuminati thing. You get up in your 80s, it's any day. That's a good long life. But too often we see these musicians, these musical legends, in many times dying around that age, and from suspicious circumstances, as we've read all throughout the weird scenes inside the Canyon book. Such a sad end. And again, as we know quite often, it is because with some cases and spaces, and we don't know who exactly, because people don't tell. They don't tell the specifics, but we know that the devil will make a deal with them for a number of years. After those years are up, your fame is done. Well, pardon me. After those years are up, your life is done. And that's what they get the idea of live fast, live hard. Get it all while you can. And not caring. If you knew, and I'm sure some of them scoff at the devil. Some of them don't believe and say, well, man, I'll play this game with them. I don't believe in this. I'll play this game with them and get this money. I bet you a whole lot of them said that. A whole lot of them said it. Valerie Simpson, Whitney Houston, James Brown, a whole lot of them said, you know what? These white folks crazy talking about this old devil stuff and devil this and devil that. But if that's what we got to do to get some money, Bobby? Yes, Mr. Brown? If this is what we got to do to get some money, then I guess we're going to have to do it, huh? That's right, Mr. Brown. Hey! And, They don't even think it's real. And they get sucked down that Bermuda Triangle, down that rabbit hole. And y'all playing. And first of all, this is a subscriber who's having some mental issues or some personality issues or some kind of issues right now. That's a subscriber. That's a subscriber. Somebody that's having some troubles right now. And I prayed for them before I got on the air. They having some troubles. Yep, that's a subscriber too. Because you wouldn't even be able to write that on there. Unless you were. And I know who you are. And I got my hacktivist crew just ready to make your life hell. So keep on. What? Yep, I said it. Jump around like House of Pain. Tangent Angela said, did you guys see that Beyonce thanked the fallen angels on her latest album? Nobody rings that phone. Nobody knows I'm here. Did she really? Except my cousin. My cousin don't know the number to that phone. I don't know the number to that phone. So I know what time it is. What you want to do? Playing games. Let's get into some gangster stuff. Let's funk then. And I'll hop off this line and I'll give you some special attention. She literally said that plainly. Is it actually in the liner notes? It's not weird behavior, it's demonic behavior. They want some tension. What happened now? She said, Beyonce thanked the fallen angels on her latest album. Why is that not news? That should be like, the Beehive should be up in arms. We've had a few people acting strange tonight. I wonder, is the moon full? Lots of weird, what's the date? Yeah, lots of weird stuff going on. Let's see. Yes, in the liner notes. Thank you, Tangent Angela. Now, see, I like to know that type of stuff. Time somebody tell me something I ain't never heard tell of, I'll give you your props. Let me see here. Beyonce, thanks. I believe you. Fallen angels. Of course, nothing. Crickets. Beyonce's Fallen Angels receive Illuminati thanks YouTube. Beyonce dedicates Renaissance to her gay uncle and fallen angels. Well, right on. Well, thank you, Tangent Angela. You've earned your name. And a blue wrench. Now, I like that type of stuff. Thank you. And because I'm from Detroit, in this building right here, the entire time I was growing up in the great city of Detroit, Michigan, this building here that y'all that watch football, when y'all tune in to watch whatever your team is beat up on our Detroit Lions, they'll always pan out and they'll show you this riverfront scene and they'll show you this building here. This is our building, the architectural bragging rights of Detroit. You know, it's just, oh, it's baloney. It ain't about nothing. But it was always called the Renaissance Building. They called it the Renaissance. They called it the Renaissance Center. The Rencin, until GM bought it some years ago. Daimler Benz or Daimler Chrysler bought it first. And it used to be up here. Then GM bought it. So now it's called the GM Building. But the whole time I was growing up, it was called the Renaissance. And Detroit is known as the Renaissance City. And because I was an all-A student en français, I remember Ms. Atrice taught us that our city was called the Rebirth City. She was pretty. That's probably why I paid so much attention in French and got an A+. I had an A+ in French. I was her pet. Anyway, you know, don't hate. So Renaissance means new birth. Now, that's important to Illuminati conversations, because one reason why they use the representation of the phoenix when talking about the New World Order. Phoenix rising from the ashes. That's a rebirth. From out of order comes chaos. That's a rebirth. Pardon me, from out of chaos, pardon me, comes order. That's a rebirth. The build back better. And maybe my breathing is funny because my nostrils are stopped up. Hold on. So you have order from out of chaos. That's a rebirth. Build back better. That's a rebirth. Falcon and the Winter Soldier, they had, after the 5 years in the Marvel Cinematic Universe where everybody was supposed to have been missing, and then everybody reappears, they had these government programs in place to help people that had been displaced because they was missing for 5 years, and they popped back up into reality, and somebody's living in their house now because they was gone for 5 years. So their whole thing was the government was doing this big rollout of a way to deal with this reset. It was a reset type of thing. Same idea. The phoenix rising from the ashes, the Renaissance, and the Masonic rebirthing ritual. There's a ritual. They raise you from the dead. Masonic style. Lion's paw. What is his name? Pat Robertson. They probably won't show that. Oh, okay. Yes, they got it. Okay. Here is a great example. Oh Lord have mercy. I'm not going to tell you not to watch the show. I'm not saying anything about that. But this is not a normal pose for a man to have. This is the lion's paw. And the lion's paw is the Masonic pose that symbolizes that you've been raised from the dead. It's the grip that the living uses to reach down into the grave of the dead man, or of the initiate who is going through the ritual and is portraying the role of the dead man. The live Brotherhood member stands over the dead man and reaches down with the lion's paw grip. Like a lion, the adversary goes to and fro, seeking for whom he may devour. So they reach down into that grave. What are you talking about, Brother Theo? Do you remember? I cite this video a lot. Old me is dead and gone. This would be a good one. Tokyo Tony, I know you're out there listening and biting my style. You should do this one. Do Dead and Gone. these songs I can't stand listening to. You can do them, but you take for instance T.I. The Old Me Is Dead and Gone. That was a video all about that ritual. It's lots of videos that touch on that ritual. Lots of them. Oh boy, they really hating on me today. And I was going to try to see some scenes from it. They're not showing us any scenes from it, interestingly enough. Lyrics. I'm just curious. But yes, you know, the old you dies when you become made into the brotherhood. When you rise up from the grave. Arise. The transformation of Osiris into Horus, and then there's another stage of that, and you go from Horus to Ra, or Re. But yes, that transformation, the idea of dying as one. Osiris died. He was cut up into 13 pieces. He was resurrected or reborn, rebirth, renaissance, as another. So Beyonce is probably letting it be known that the old her is dead and gone, and that Sasha is reborn, or whoever it is that she's the avatar for now, whatever spirit that may be. I recommend Moon Knight for folks who are interested in that. Marvel Moon Knight touches on a lot of these things too, and the duality of it all. But I'm just curious. Let me kick it to you right quick, man. Not on some gangster stuff, on some real stuff. Ain't nobody. Anybody been through the same thing? I'm sure you feel the same way. Oh, see, it's a heartfelt song. I didn't realize that. Yeah, okay. Big Phil, this is for you, pimpin'. Oh, okay, maybe that's the guy that brought him into the lodge. Well, I don't feel like reading T.I.'s lyrics, but you get my point. Y'all get it, right? Reese Gillies says, I will confess I'm a bit drunk and have a couple 8%ers left. I want to drink the rest, then give up. It's hard because I struggle with addictive personality disorder, and I'm sick of it. It runs in the family. When you get sick of it, truly sick of it, when it makes you sick and it makes everybody else around you sick, you'll quit. You'll stop. You got to hit rock bottom. So yeah, so that's the idea of dead and gone. Okay, hold on. Sean Shine 87 said, "What's the moon goddess name? Anybody know which one? Luna, Isis, Ishtar, Inanna, Semiramis, mother of Nimrod, also considered to be one of the moon goddess archetypes. Pick one." In that Marvel show I just told y'all, what's it called? Moon Knight. In Moon Knight, they had a moon goddess. They used several names I wasn't familiar with. Moon goddess Egypt, and they're constantly finding new stuff. Khonsu. Yes, okay. So they used what the internet says is the name today. But Isis is a moon goddess too. See, they run so much game when it comes to Egypt. I can show you and prove that she's a moon goddess as well. Who cares? Some of y'all do. Healing and magic. Okay. Okay, the Egyptian goddess of magic and healing. Okay, and let's see. Okay, hold on. Let me find it. Moon goddess. There's a particular hieroglyph that brings the point home. She's the queen of witches. Oh, wait a minute. This is what I need to look up. This right here. Your girl. I'm the queen of the night. Right, the queen of the night. They're all archetypes, or they're all types of queens of the night. And queen of the night, because there was a king of the day. The male gods would represent sun gods, and the female gods would represent moon gods, the effect of the moon over the woman. They say that a woman's flow can be affected by the moon. The tides are affected by the moon. They've always fed us the idea that when it's a full moon, more people go to the psych ward that night. More arrests of people doing things that would make you label them as mentally ill happen at night, happen on the full moon. But yeah, but yes, Big Nishi was probably looking for Kansu, which is the one that they use in Marvel's, which is a real tripped out superhero show. I've never seen nothing like this before. No, not, what is it called? Some kind of night, Moon Knight, I guess is what it's called. Because he's in a psych ward. And for a while, it seemed like you couldn't tell if he was having these delusions of grandeur of being a hero or if he actually was a hero. He had twin personalities. As a matter of fact, it was from trauma-based mind control that caused his mind to fracture and become these two different personalities. One of them has an English accent and the other one does not. And it's a trip because it's all about the Egyptian gods and goddesses. Those are the good and bad guys of the film. That's who gave him his power. If you notice, he's kind of wrapped like a mummy, a little taste. I had no idea that that's what it was going to be. I was just feeling adventurous, and I said, okay, let me try this. And I tried Moon Knight, and I was pleasantly entertained. I was entertained because I didn't know that's where they were going with this. The Egyptian gods and goddesses actually look like they're supposed to look. The alligator woman actually have an alligator head. That's not a mask. Tahuti does not wear a ibis mask. He has the head of an ibis. And that's the reality of it. Because these were fallen angels. These are extra-dimensional beings and entities who could do the amazing things that would fool primitive people into thinking you're a god. They had technology, science on their side, knowledge on their side. And they went to the primitive peoples of the world, the first cultures and civilizations, and they fooled them. We're your gods. And those cultures and civilizations, by proxy, they taught what they learned from the fallen angels to the rest of the world. And the fallen angels also did a little world touring. They went to Japan and they called their band a different name. Yeah. They went to India among the Dravidians and they called their band something different there in India because they knew that the Indian taste for music was just a little bit different, so they had to adjust, and they did. They came to the North Americas and they found the indigenous people there. And they became the sky god and the tobacco god and the god of this and the god of that. Same crew. It's worse than Crosby, Stills, and Nash in them. It's all the same group of players. But, they'll change the name of the band a little bit to appeal to one market or another. Right? Anyway. I forget. I don't even know why I got on this. Why did we end up there? That part, big nephew Ronell, that a lot of times your cousins, they don't want to believe it. They don't want to believe it. Talking about ancestors. I seen. I started to say. I don't know. Maybe the way some of them is talking, I don't know. Maybe they know something I don't know. I mean, but Queen of the Night, the ancestors, the ancestors, ancestors, the ancestors, the ancestors, the ancestors. What? Parroting what you heard the next fool say. I bet your mama do got some feet like these here. Oh, that's just symbolic, Brother Theo. You're so silly sometimes. It's just symbolic. Symbolic when you want it to be. It's literal when you want it to be. It's figurative when you want it to be. It's just go as you will. Do as thou wilt. Yep. Anyway. Yep. The owls, the black cats, Queen of the Night with the wings. She is the original moon goddess, queen mother goddess. Of Babylon. Excuse me. Of Babylon. And of course, as times change and as you get new guys coming into anthropology and coming into archaeology, then they start calling things something different than what the old guys did. Okay, so just keep in mind of what the old school archaeologists and historians called this Ishtar, the goddess Ishtar. It's in the Bible. Dustin Hoffman even made a movie that they made a lot of jokes about called Ishtar. That ain't got nothing to do with her, right? I've never seen the movie. It didn't seem to be appealing toward me or marketed toward my demographic. I always wondered, though. Have y'all seen Ishtar? Red, white, and black. Just so happens to be the colors of the Church of Satan. Yes, they have colors. Like the red, white, and blue. It's known for one thing. The red, white, and black is known for something else. Yep. I have to. Amen. Thank you, mods, for putting in work, and thank you, all of y'all. Amen. The dead know not a thing. The dead know not a thing. But I don't know how the Witch of Endor pulled that off, and it's not for me to know. But the dead know not a thing. But that head sure did start talking. So I don't limit God to be able to do anything. But hey, listen, I need to take a water break so I can get my mind together here, because I got to go so bad I can't think straight. Hey, this happens. So, yeah, let me do that. I'll play a tune while I'm at the spittoon. I'll play a tune. I'll be right back real fast. All praise is due to the living and true. We need forgiving if we're living and not living for you. A Christian witness with relentless
the sentences like a javelin traveling
They've been
distances.
babbling senselessness, what I haven't been
Rappers are
listening.
glistening like the infants just lathered in Vaseline.
Just a shining cause you let Lucifer slither and tattle.
We gon' get it on cause we don't get along, so we battling.
Had you in saber strike distancing.
Since it's intense, then the intent is dismantling.
Wrestling, devils challenging, business our fathers handling. Father Jacob, Isaac, and Abraham.
Which is disrespected, not gon' slide off like lanolin. We disconnecting your channel and halogen. Jesus the Christ is the only light with all blessing, no sorrow, no stressing tomorrow. He'll make it a leader, no more stressing to borrow. Hot top contender, he's the champ. Invite him in your heart. He'll put that spark on your lamp and enlighten any dark spaces and paths that you embark on. Places, foundations, and bases. New endeavors that you start on. Start on. Show you what to set your heart on. Pardon me, I get excited. My wit, the most highlight of my ship, he's pilot. So I'm defending his name like an Israelite with the mic. The king is the Christ with no shame. And they lied to you about the J, cause Jesus is his name. Gang recognized game. And oh yes, so fresh and burnt bronze flesh, he sure came. With my bones and muscles aching. When I'm on the verge of breaking, with every chance I'm taking. When my soul and heart start aching. Though so many bonds need breaking, and when peace of mind is taken, when the ground I stand on shaking, with the earth foundation quaking, with every move I'm making, in your presence I'm shaking, in my suits and boots I'm quaking, my formation you're remaking. Without the Lord, I couldn't catch up, cut the mustard or the relish. Went from helpless to selfless, from jealous to zealous. Anointed and appointed, separated and consecrated. Glad I made it, got so faded. In my youth, I oscillated and postulated. Attention bill got so graded, when it got cut off, and God not paid it. He circumcised my heart and waited. With a clean one, replaced it and traded. The unclean with a right spirit and gave it. A testament turned to a testament, so that y'all might hear who made it. For a breakthrough, well surrender, let him break you. And then he'll take you, and remake you, bind up and cast away the fake you. And then he'll take you, and remake you, bind up and cast away the fake you. Cast away the fake you. Cast away the fake you.
Now, we just hanging out right now for the night, and we will have praise and worship and prayer requests in the next broadcast, which I'm going to say will be Friday. I'm going to try to get my sleep pattern back right between tonight and tomorrow. And Friday, expect a blessed message, prayer, praise, worship, and the whole 9 yards. So be prepared to stay here for quite a while as we get all of that taken care of this Friday. Now, y'all want to see my fish? And again, thank you to those who have been tuning in to these readings. You know, you want to listen to the beginning of the broadcast. We will be shifting gears. For the Songwriter Secret Study, we will look at Marvin Gaye, Divided Soul. And we will also simultaneously be reading for our esoteric and understanding of the supernatural, or we'll be reading Gary Wayne. We will be reading Gary Wayne's Genesis 6 Conspiracy. Genesis 6 Conspiracy. So two very good reads with lots of meat in them. I'm looking forward to both of them. The things we're going to put on the screen during Gary Wayne's reading is going to be bananas. Okay? It's going to be bananas because Gary Wayne's reading, I mean, you talk about cryptozoology. We're going to go down through there with Gary Wayne and its connection to the fallen angels, to the demonic realm. But with Marvin's book, of course, you guys know we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to have fun reading Marvin. Oh, man. See, this is a phone of mine. I suppose it had been sent to pictures. Daniel Sturtevant, thank you for being here. And I sent the pictures an hour or so ago. Oh, man, I gotta get rid of this phone. This phone is the suckiest. So yeah, so my picture still ain't showed up yet. That's crazy. But anyway, so yeah, so that's what we'll be doing. We'll be doing that. And along with the revelation about Dave's book and the audio book, the main thing that the Lord just really imparted on me, because I asked for clarity and for tunnel vision direction. And he kept pointing me towards revisiting praying for people and revisiting the word, revisiting how to pray it. You know, so many people really don't exercise the power of prayer. They don't have a prayer life. Even more people, unfortunately, a lot of believers nowadays have thrown aside their word life because they don't believe that they can have faith in the word of God as it is preserved in what we know as the Bible today. They don't think that they can do it anymore. They think that Mr. Mandela has used his magical powers, and through the power of CERN, we've taken away all of the power of the King James Version. And, you know, you just can't tell people nothing nowadays. There's more in that book that you can learn from than there will ever be that you'll have to be trying to figure out, is it a wolf or a lion? Are you serious? Do you even really read the book? You read that book and take it serious like your most recent elders did. Everybody talking about the elders that you have to imagine what they believed, and the elders you have to imagine how they felt about you. Well, you got more recent elders, you know how they felt about you. You know the struggle that they went through so that you could be here today doing the goofy millennial things that you do today. So don't forget them elders and the way that they ascribed to. And that was read that Bible, get on your knees and pray and go to church and quit being such a goofball. Such a new age goofy. My energy in the universe. A way to say a whole bunch of nothing and make it sound real pretty and wokish. Ain't said nothing at all. Oh, and you see, well, we know the universe made a way for me. What part of the universe made a way for you, Chief? The Milky Way? Because it's got way in the name? What part of the universe? The stars did it? Some asteroids conspired together and made sure that you got that new job you was looking for. Some smart asteroids. Oh, Lord, help me. So yeah, prayer requests and all of the best on Friday, which is tomorrow technically. On Friday, August the 5th, 2022. We'll have church again. I can't believe it. I took some good pictures too because I wanted y'all to see that. It ain't much, but I just wanted y'all to see my touch. See what I'm working with. I didn't talk the talk. Let me show you I can walk the walk and cook the food. I cannot believe it. That is really something. This is the worst phone in the history of phones. I'm sorry. It's one of those exaggerations I can't stand. When people say, I'm literally starving. No, you're not. It's literally raining cats and dogs outside. That would mean that schnauzers and Doberman and golden retrievers, bloodhounds, boxers is just falling out the sky, along with calico cats and tuxedo cats and Cheshire cats, and mixed mongrel cats, just falling, hitting branches in the trees. A couple of them hit the power line. That is literally. Don't use the word literally unless it means exactly what you're saying. Y'all kill me with literally. It's literally, I'm literally, because it's a multisyllabic word, makes you sound smart when you throw it in. No, don't only use literally when it's exactly what you're saying. It's literally freezing out there. Means that the temperature is below freezing. You can say that. You cannot say it is literally hotter than hell. You can't say that. You cannot say it's literally raining cats and dogs. You cannot say I'm literally starving unless your stomach is touching your back and you're looking like Gandhi around the cheekbones. You can't stand up without assistance. Then you can say, I'm literally starving. The more you know. This message was brought to you by Unplug 'em. The rest of you don't give a damn. Okay. Well, now I know next time to make sure I got my pictures up before I come on here because I can't trust this phone. This phone is just, boy, Metro PCS ought to be ashamed of themselves. They should go out of business. Okay. Somebody put a question here where it does not belong. Folks, please don't use my unplugem@gmail email to email me. Please use brothermintheo@gmail.com. It's the one that's always in the description box below every video. It's brothermintheo@gmail.com. Please use that one because if you use the other one, I might not see what you said for God knows how long because that's the one that they've been messing with. Somebody says here, Brother Theo, what's up, man? And say, I wouldn't have seen it if I just hadn't tried to find my fish pictures. I was recently introduced to your ministry online, YouTube, and thought that you could give me some insight as why I keep hearing donut head Negroes saying the New Testament is invalid and Yahshua HaMashiach is a false entity. Also that King David is the Messiah. I guess I've been talking about that all night. Don't pay that stuff no mind. Donut head Negroes should be of no concern of yours, young man. They might say anything. Anyway, Bucky Fuller, what's going on there? He said, the best voice in radio. Why, thank you, thank you. And to the next 100 callers, to all of the ladies out there with the burgundy hair, to the next 100 callers, we're going to give a free ticket to the show tonight at the Uptown Showcase. And I'm your host, Teddy Ted, representing DET. It's the TED coming at you. Oh, boy. Sometimes you have to laugh to keep from crying. Oh, boy. Was everybody okay in here tonight? I didn't get to look at the chat. Was nobody falling out and having no fit or nothing like that, was they? Was everybody okay? Was everybody holding on? Holding on? TED from the DET coming at you with the After Work Jam. Barry Duncan from New Zealand says, do you think Gary Wayne is the best authority on the Nephilim? No, I thought that whole crew, L.A. Marzulli, come on, y'all. What's the big guy I'm thinking of? The number one guy. Holding on. Oh my goodness. L.A. Mars, author of Steve Quayle. Steve Quayle would be my favorite person to listen to about the subject. So I would recommend Steve Quayle, and he worked oftentimes with L.A. Marzulli. So that's who I would recommend. Hello, Susan Herring. I hope your middle name isn't Red. Welcome to the show. Not Alex Jones. No. Nope. I already named him, Sister Barry. I said Steve Quayle and L.A. Marzulli. Rob Skiba for Flat Earth information. He was my favorite. As far as, if you want to know why people are up in arms about it, if you want to know why there's even an argument, there are some things in life there should be no argument for. I thought that the shape of the earth was one until I began to do the research, and it was clear, and it was clear-minded and concisely worded teachers like Rob Skiba that helped me. So that's who I would suggest. That's who I would suggest. All right, Daniel Studevant. He said he's up out of here. Like last year. See ya. And I wouldn't want to be. Thank you, Isabella Live 2.0, for reporting the naked bot. I believe that's somebody who doesn't feel like anybody, who wants everybody to feel their pain. Not in here. You can take that with you and let the doorknob hit you with a good Lord split you. Slim Hussein said, I questioned it once I found out planes use a flat earth model for navigation. I was able to stand on what difference does it make for a long time. A long, long time. And then you know me. Soul salvation is the goal. Don't get it twisted, because I can do a lot of things, and sometimes I'm in a good humorous mood and whatnot. Soul salvation is the goal. That's the reason for everything. That's the reason I try to draw towards and not drive away. And I use everything in my kitchen sink to try to draw you towards. So soul salvation is the reason. When someone told me that it helped them know that the Bible was real, that's when I started to pay some attention. That's when I said, okay, wait a minute. You mean to tell me, Judge Joe Brown, you mean to tell me that this argument about the shape of the earth actually can be a soul salvation issue for some, or at least some discoveries within this conversation can help someone find the Lord? Oh, okay, now I have to understand it. Before that, I was shooing that off. Man, please, get out of here with that. Man, get out of here with that flat stuff. Get out of here. Get out of here. You just want to talk about something. Like y'all always talk about, oh, so-and-so was a man born. You think they a man, but they was born a woman, and you think they a woman, but they was born a man. We been known about that existing. I hate when people try to say who it is. So I was like that. I was like, man, I wasn't trying to hear it. And then somebody sent me that letter, and they explained to me how it made them know that there's more truth in the Bible than scientists want you to know. Then I was really intrigued. I said, wait a minute. I think I wrote them. And I said, who is it that you learned from? Who is it that you learned these things from? And they said, now, granted, there's the not Mythbusters. They use the Ghostbusters logo. They're popular too. They do flat earth stuff too. They're not Christian though. Rob Skiba was Christian. There's another guy too. His name starts with a J. He's got a one-word name. He's good too. He wasn't Christian when he started off flat earthing. Last I heard, he was turning the corner. I forget it. Jeranism. Thank you, Globebusters, Charles K. Liptak. Thank you, my man. Yes, Jeranism. Jeranism was the other one. And again, last time I looked, now I don't know, because when you don't have somebody with you and you're starting off on that path, the devil will send you everybody he can to try to divert you off that path. Get up. No, we don't want you going to Christ. But the last I could tell, seemed like Jeranism was because of his flat earth research. He was saying the Bible is the only book that holds this up. So, but anyway, Rob Skiba. Rob Skiba is who I would recommend for someone who's interested in the subject and who don't want to hear a whole bunch of crazy people talking about it. I don't want to hear that. I'm from Detroit. I know crazy talk when I hear it. Immediately. I can tell they crazy. Sound like Aunt Irene. Anyhow, you're not fit to teach me nothing. Talking about some Ice Cube was born a female, and if you don't get out of here. Yeah, Jeranism, again, did you hear what I said about Jeranism? Because sometimes that's lost interest. I said he did a good job at explaining it. I said that at one point in time, it was clear he was not a believer, but the last time I happened to catch him, it seemed as if he was heading in that direction. That's all I said about Jeranism. Now, my favorite person to listen to for Flat Earth, again, rest in peace, because he's no longer with us, it's Rob Skiba. And that's Rob Skiba gone. Steve Quayle is gone. L.A. Marzulli too, right? We lost a lot of truthers. Darby, Pastor Darby, in the past few years. Oh, yes, Eric Dubé. He rubbed me wrong. He rubbed me the wrong way, a little taste. But Eric Dubé was decent, and I learned about him from Joe Rogan's ex-friend, who he used to act like was his real tight homeboy. Eddie Bravo. And Eddie Bravo used to always bring up Flat Earth on Joe Rogan's show, and Joe Rogan is such a, what's the word I want to use? He's so basic. He believed, well, at the time, he believed everything that science says you're supposed to believe. And my man, Eddie had me cracking up. It had me cracking up so much, I wanted to see, Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But anyway, so yeah, so I don't see him talking to Eddie no more, and he don't even talk about the flat Earth no more. But he had Eddie Bravo on there, and Eddie Bravo brought up Eric Dubé, and I think he ended up bringing him on the show, perhaps. I don't remember. Yeah. Elaine C, Big Sister Elaine, how are you? Russ Dizdar. That's the other name that I wanted to say. Russ Dizdar is also gone as well. Big Sister Elaine. And see, I don't know if Joe is so much a shield as that he might really be like that. Did y'all see the one with him and Alex Jones? Who, I have to give credit where credit is due. Alex Jones brought me a long way. Because it was a time when I was following Alex Jones. I was following Alex Jones during the 911 as an inside job phase with him and Luke Rutkowski, I think is his name. He does We Are Change. When they were still together, Luke came up under Alex Jones. Doggone it, big nephew Jay Marvelous. Let me see here. Hold on. Big nephew. Oh man, I'm pretty fair for a square, man. You happened to catch me when I was live on the air. I called you to ask you if you could do me a favor, but now I want you to do me this favor. Just say hello to all the folks that's listening.
Okay, for sure, man. Everybody that's on the check-in right now, you know what I'm saying? It's your boy Jay Marvelous, man, calling in, man. You know, with Unc right here, Unc Unplug him, you know what I'm saying? We had an epic moment a couple of days ago on our podcast, man. Epic moment, man.
Yes, indeed, and I look forward to doing another one. Now, tell everybody how to find you, big nephew. For those few who may not know, because you're making a lot of noise out here.
Oh yeah, most definitely, man. Well, a lot of my following comes from you. You know what I'm saying? You know, they come from you, but I'm also on YouTube as well. I go by Jay Marvelous, JAY MARVLIS. We also got a podcast that I do sometimes, mostly Monday through Fridays at 8 p.m. on Spreaker. If you want to check that out, you know, and we talk about real topics over there. You know, that's about it, man. How you feeling, though, Unc? Everything good?
Oh yes, I'm blessed and not stressed. And I thank you so much for inviting me on there. I think I was your first guest.
Yes.
Well, that's an honor. That's an honor.
For sure.
And
For sure. I got to show you love, Unc, man, because I told you like I tell everybody, man, without you, man, I wouldn't even started this, man. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even started it.
Well, you know, I give God all the glory concerning that. While I got you on the line, let me ask you this question.
Sure thing.
Okay, now, what do you now, you know, I've heard some people come up with the conspiracy theory that perhaps it was faked and there's going to be an insurance scam behind it. But what do you think about the bishop that got robbed in Brooklyn?
Oh, well, yeah, that's a good question because I spoke on that the other day. Now, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the whole story because if you remember on our podcast, we had this very same conversation, right?
Ain't that ill? Yes, we did.
Yeah, and we spoke about I told, if you guys are listening, I spoke to a brother Unplug him in reference to a situation that had happened to me when I was younger, right? And I kind of gave him a little bit of a brief description on why most people had lost their faith in the church, not in the religion per se of Christianity, but in their faith of church. So as I was watching that clip, and I dived a little bit deeper into the situation of the bishop. Apparently, from what I gathered, the bishop had supposedly a woman that was belonging to his congregation in 2020. You know, he had told her, okay, I'm going to help you repair your credit and allow you to be able to get you a house. The woman stepped out on faith and literally gave the pastor mostly all of her earnings, which was $90,000, wrote him a $90,000 check, and the pastor then turned his back and didn't give her anything in return. So it kind of looked bad. It kind of looked bad on his part, but then, now people are saying that this whole situation may have been an insurance fraud scam where, he put insurance on his jewelry and then hired somebody to come in and take the jewelry off his neck. But like you and I had mentioned before, you spoke to me about false prophets, but and understanding that we can't always take these people that are in higher positions and charge that to the game as if, okay, these are the individuals that are the ones that that have this say so over the religion of Christianity. I tell people all the time, I'm a strong believer in God, and people misconfuse that and think, oh, just because I may have a different viewpoint on religion logic, but at the same time, I view it in a different aspect. You know what I'm saying? I view it in a spiritual aspect, and I don't know. I could dive deeper into it. You know what I'm saying? I could dive deeper into it, but it would be long-winded. But you asked me about the pastor, and I truly do think that there's a lot of pastors out there that actually do that to the community. I'm not just going to say the congregation, but to the community. They take, but they don't give in return. And then for people to see this guy, he's going on Instagram or TikTok or whatever he's using, and he's showing his closet. Look at this. I drive cars. I drive this. I wear nice clothes. And I guarantee you, a lot of people that live in Canarsie are not able to have those things. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like you're flaunting it. And it's sad, but this is what people do for money.
Educate folks on what is Canarsie? What is that? A part of Brooklyn?
Yes, Canarsie is a part of Brooklyn, which is on I believe the east side of Brooklyn. It's right next to like Brownsville, in that area. So it's kind of like Flatbush area, the Flatbush area. A lot of people over there. It's like the West Indian type of area. So. But a lot of people in that area, I wouldn't say it's a poor community, but it's urban.
Gotcha. Which is a code word for it's brown over there.
Right.
Okay.
It's the ghetto. It's the ghetto.
It's the ghetto. Let's keep the game clean. Okay. Right. Because we both from there, and
right.
let me just say this part about the Bishop robbed in Brooklyn thing. And I think this is what I was trying to articulate on your show. I don't know if I did a great job of that or not. But this is the deal. We see the bishop that got robbed. We see him draped in gold. We see his closet. Where is any footage of a Brooklyn pastor who feeds the people, who clothes the people, who does help to pay people's bills? Because, see, the Christian thing to do as a pastor is you don't want that attention, because you don't want it to seem like you trying to get the glory for any blessing that comes from you. All good things come from God. So the representatives that we see on TV, the Creflo Dollars, the Joel Osteens, the Brooklyn Bishop, those representatives, they're always they're always going to be the negative ones. That's the ones who will want to get on TV. That's the ones who want to be commercialized and who want to be publicized and who want to shine. But for every big, powerful, powerhouse, rich church, it's for, at least in Detroit, it's 4 or 5 little bitty ones that ain't making no money. Why are they there? What do? They give food to the community. They do things for the children. They have programs set up to help folks when they fall behind on their bills. Again, this is what most churches do. And it's what most Christians do. Again, like Chris Rock used to say, it's black people and then it's niggas. okay? It's Christian people, and then it's Christianese people. It's these people who say in front of the world, "I'm a Christian," and blah blah blah, and y'all looking at them crazy and putting their stuff on us.
You know what I don't mean to cut you off, but did you know what I also noticed, right? Is a lot of, and what you said made a lot of sense. A lot of bishops and pastors, right, that are in these positions where they use TV, right? Or let's just say the 700 Club, for example, right? They don't ever mention Christianity or Jesus or the Lord. They'll speak. They'll
Say
like
that.
Joe Osteen.
Say
Joe
that.
Osteen is one individual that will never mention the word, but he prides himself to using the aspect of church and of these type of things. But it's more of a motivational speech to gravitate towards people. And I believe you are the one that explained that to me, I think. And we spoke on these type of things where TV. I truly believe that TV, it's to broadcast or to bring more viewers or more people to the congregation. And you are correct. There are small churches that don't get the praise that they should get for helping the community.
And they really shouldn't get the praise, because
Right.
we give God all the praise.
Right.
But it does make us look bad when everybody thinks that black people is niggas. So
Right.
it's the same thing now with Christianity, where everybody thinks that Christians are these people that they keep. The Pope.
Right.
We have nothing to do with the Pope. Christians are people who attempt to follow the way of Jesus Christ. Simple as that. We're not perfect. We have things that we need to work on, just like any other human being does. But we want the right in this country where it's cool and it's okay if you say that, hey man, I woke up today feeling like a panda bear, and you go and get you a black and white panda bear suit, and you go to the bank and you tell the bank manager that, hey man, I'm finna sign all of my documentation with a paw print now. My name is Panda Bear. And in today's society, it would be against the law to reprimand that man. It would be against the law to hate on him, to say anything. Oh, well, he's living his truth. Okay? Everybody is cool to be what they want to be today, except in this Luciferian world, except for Christians.
Right.
We've now become that group. We're now that group that is the butt of everybody's joke. We're that group, and Jesus, he said it was going to happen.
what was the exact? And I was just about to say that was in the scripture. I think it was Matthew 24:7, if I'm not mistaken.
You go ahead.
And he said, I think it was something where people would lose their faith. Eventually, those will lose their faith. I'm not sure if I'm quoting it right or correctly.
Well, he certainly says, 24:7 happens to be, for nation shall rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines and pestilence and earthquakes in diverse places, man of God. So you're still on point. But he said that they hated me. So what you think they're going to do for you?
I think a lot of us younger generation, and I'm going to say the younger generation, like we've seen, and I can speak from my point of view. I'm not speaking for everybody, but I can speak from my point of view. We've seen our grandparents and our parents, try that route. And we've seen that it didn't get a lot of results. And for the most part, it's like, okay, well, if this is not working, the people that have came into these communities that look, it's more of a negative. It's like the pastors that are in the community, we see more of the crooked ones than the good ones. So it put a bit of taste in our mouth about certain things. And then now, not only that, now you have rap music telling us that that's not the way. Right, what I'm saying? Jay-Z had a famous line on his first album.
No church.
He said he never prayed to God, he prayed to God eat. And when we hear these things as young children, and we like, okay, well, this, we have like one of my favorite artists, My favorite rapper, DMX, his first album was another one where he prided himself to play on that skill of duality. You know, he had songs about talking to the devil, and then he had songs about talking to God. So it was like they kind of forced us into that realm to not really go down that route. You didn't have too many Christian rappers at that time that were popular or that were talking about it. Eminem, prime example. You know, where they made these type of songs were influence to us, and then when we seen in our communities that these pastors weren't doing anything for granny and granddad, we most likely was like, all right, well, we ain't got time for that. We got to figure out another way. You know, and a lot of people do not have spirituality. They don't even believe in religion. You know what I'm saying? And it's sad because how do you get through life without knowing your creator, without knowing God? How does that even happen? But people lost their faith along the way because something traumatizing could have happened, maybe an issue could have happened, you know. But when we look at it from my standpoint, because there's an age difference between you and I, correct?
Correct.
And as I understand and you understand, we have similar viewpoints but different outlooks. So it's like when I look at the and I'm not going to take up too much time. When I look at the whole aspect of how the belief system is for the younger generation, or my generation, I should say, we more or less on the type of, okay, go out there and do it. Let's go out and put the work in. Let's do it ourselves. Let's, you know, that saying of God blesses the child that has its own. Or we have to put the foot.
God helps those that help themselves.
That help themselves. Correct. We have to put the footwork in. We no longer waiting for something to fall out of the sky.
And
you know what I'm saying? And that's where that whole mindset comes from. Where, you know, mostly nowadays people don't really want to wait. You know, we've sat and waited for years. We don't want to wait.
Boy, you articulated that perfectly. And I don't know if you had a chance to check out my Aquarius video, but there's a section in there where I talk about that narrative. You just described the narrative that was reinforced by hood movies throughout the 90s. That is, it's time to stop the praying and singing and get to swinging.
I saw that one. Yeah. I saw that. Yeah.
Now, the narrative is this didn't work for grandma and granddaddy. The hell it didn't. Grandma and granddaddy owned their own house. Grandma and granddaddy owned their own car. Grandma and granddaddy, and not to mention their peers, did not sit and wait for something to fall out the sky. My grandma worked up until she couldn't work no more, and so did my granddaddy. So,
right.
These was very get out and get it type of people that came up north from down south, taking a huge chance coming up north, and was all about do it theyself. Black Bottom Detroit was our Rosewood. So,
right.
And that's in every urban community. So I want to dispel that myth and that narrative. My mama didn't do better than her parents, and I didn't do better than my mama. We not doing better than the generations before us in nothing.
Right.
Not in unity, not financially, not as far as our home situations. More of us is living in apartments. They owned a house. So that narrative got to go. And we have to say that's not true. Trying to find something else, well, we need to keep looking in, because whatever we thought we must have found didn't work, because we are significantly worse off than the generations before us. Yes, inflation has its part to do with that. But I can't ignore the spiritual aspect of it all. And the fact that in a Luciferian world, what do you expect? Of course, the devilish preacher is going to be highlighted. Of course, we're going to hear more about Mace and Creflo Dollar and the pastor from Brooklyn than we will any unknown pastors who are really doing the work and trying to do the Christ-like thing in their community.
Right.
It's plenty of times, dear brother, that I would not have eaten, and people that I know would not have eaten had the church not provided food.
Right.
So that's a reality, but it's not a reality that's publicized, so it doesn't seem as real. Again, like the intelligent black man model, it's not publicized. It's real and it's there, but what they push on you is a donut head Negro.
Exactly. Yeah, I said that too in that same the other day. I said this world is ran off of negativity. The negative will prevail more than the positive. You will see. It's just like a good cop, right, amongst the force of a bunch of crooked cops. If that good cop, right, goes out,
right,
and he stops an individual on the street, he's instantly a bad cop because the whole force is considered bad. So that cop has to prove himself to the general public to say, I'm a good cop, man. I'm a good cop. And then if the individual then believes him, okay, yeah, all right, you good, but you still a part of them though. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
It's that same mentality.
Absolutely. You can't sit idly by and let everybody else trash what you are.
Right.
You have to stand up and say, well, hey, wait a minute. I'm not a savage. I'm a civilized, intelligent black man. And change the stereotype. Okay, so Christian folk, I'm not Christianese. I am a follower of Christ. And I make that my serious business. And that's my serious thing. And we should speak up and speak out when people are disrespecting what it is that we claim and what we are.
Right.
If somebody step out there and say, well, I'm from Detroit, and they looking all whack and sounding all whack, I'm gonna have to step out there, and I'm gonna have to.
Right. That's true.
No,
100% right.
You're not gonna do that to Detroiters. So we as Christians got to have the same way, and say you're not gonna do that to us Christians. We're not gonna stand for that. We're not gonna stand for these narratives. First of all, let's stop calling it a narrative. It's a lie. It's not true that the majority of pastors are doing what Creflo Dollar is doing. Creflo Dollar is an anomaly, making all that money like he is, and being bold enough to take on the last name Dollar. That nigga got some nerve. I'm sorry.
Now let me ask you this question though, before I get out of here, because I got to run out. If we're going to talk about the smaller pastors, right? So the smaller pastors that don't get the recognition that's actually doing the will of God, if the opportunity presents itself for them to be in the Creflo Dollar's position, I'm sure they would take it. I'm sure they would. Because now, if you have that much power, to do the right thing, let's just say you're not going to steal from people, right? Right. And I said this to myself yesterday. I was watching a video of somebody on YouTube. I'm not going to say their name, but I was watching the video and I said, I couldn't have the mind frame to steal from people that support me, because God didn't make me that way. I don't know how a lot of these YouTubers, they literally, and now mind you, I'm not saying this is, if you guys donate whatever, but a lot of people, you're taking people's hard-earned money and you're going to do something else with it and flaunting it. I couldn't do that. God didn't create me that way to do that to people, because I know how it is to not have. And you get what I'm saying?
And that same morality that he put in you, he put in a lot of men. If God selects the man of God, then he put that inside that man of God.
Right.
When God selects his people, those are the people that he selects, people that won't sell out no matter. Bro, if I could be up there, I would tell them where to shove it. I would not want to be up there because I understand the compromise of that. For the same reason I wouldn't sign to Puff Daddy. You know,
Right, exactly. Right.
It's certain things that either you cut to do or you not cut to do. I'm not cut to do certain things. And you're not alone. It's a lot of people who feel the way that you do. Unfortunately, in this world, as you said, negativity is highlighted. The red is emphasized more than the green, and there's always more green in this world than it is red. But red gets the attention. A red car gets pulled over more. Does that mean that people that drive red cars speed more than people that drive green ones? No. But
you want to know a prime example? I'm going to give you one last prime example before I get off. Let's take a look at our content, for example. When you do a video on scripture or things of that nature where you're teaching people lessons, right? Positivity. What gets more views? The songwriter's secret.
Yes, sir. Don't nobody watch my sermons.
People are drawn to. They're drawn to that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like we know for a fact. And same thing with me. If I do a video where I'm speaking on, okay, I'm giving people these type of videos, right? And then certain ones I'm talking about something else. Some people will not gravitate towards it. They won't gravitate towards it. They rather hear what somebody else is doing because
negativity bias.
Right. So when we take a look at that, it's like us. We're pushing against the wind. We have to push against the wind to prevail. But at some point, we say, okay, well, you know what? All right, you can't give up. You have to continue. You can't give up because our purpose is greater. God put us here for a reason. And our purpose is to teach people. And if we have to sprinkle the, as my uncle used to say, sprinkle the candy and the medicine. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you have that people want to hear the bitter truth. In order to get your point across, you may have to participate in these things. But when people gravitate towards it and they say, hey, you know, I'm going to take it. This is going to take me to the next level. So they get indulged in that lifestyle. And now they become a part of it. I'm pretty sure every last rapper or entertainer did not say, you know what? I'm going to be the most evilest person and destroy the world. It took over their soul. That money took over their soul. The women, the cars, the houses, the clothes, those things took over their soul. And when it took over their soul, they no longer wanted to say, I can't go back to how I used to be. Right. I can't go back to how I used to be. I refuse to go back to that lifestyle. I have to keep doing this. And it swallows people up alive.
You're right. You absolutely. Pride comes before the fall. Pride caused the devil to fall, y'all. And he was kind of smart.
Yep.
So you're right on the money.
I got to head out, man. I don't want to take up too much time.
Hey, thank you so much, man. This was a blessing, man.
I was just returning your call, man. That's all.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the love and for the respect. You know, the feeling is always mutual, and I'll try to reach out and rap with you tomorrow.
That's a fact. I'm gonna send you the new number too, man.
Please do.
All right.
Peace.
Peace.
And I appreciate that. Thank you for the love. Hey. Be quiet. And more conversations between people who have different point of views but are close enough in understanding to at least be able to discuss those. And that's important too. I know that some folks take that scripture, what has good to do with evil, and they use that scripture to cause them to discriminate against other people. And that's not what that was for. Because conversely, but accordingly, Christ also said, a physician comes to heal the sick. because he was spotted around people that a good quote-unquote believer would not be sitting around. But he was there for the purpose of showing them love and fellowship so that they would want what it is that he had to give them. And we don't do enough of that. We side-eyeing each other and trying to size up the next man's salvation. And then when people who don't believe as we do come our way, we're not even giving them a relatable example that they can deal with. Something wrong with that. So heavenly bound, earthly good. The Lord said that it is his will that none should perish, though the wicked are made for the day of judgment. It is his will that none should perish. I don't want to see none of my nephews or nieces perish because they think that there's a way that's better. It didn't work out for their parents. It didn't work out for their grandparents. But they got this way. It's going to work for them. Ain't nobody did it yet. And I ain't got to tell you no lie. So, we got 254 people sitting in here. But that was a nice, it was a surprise because I didn't think he'd call me back tonight. But yeah, that was a nice surprise. But that's right. Pray. I have faith that the Lord is working in that servant. The Lord is working in him. The Lord is working. Let's continue to have faith. Remember how long? Well, I ain't gonna talk about you, but I remember how long it took me to come around and have some kind of sense. It took me a long time, y'all. So he's smarter than I was. It took me a long time to even be that open, So, well, yeah, it's morning. It's morning. Whew. I said I wasn't going to do that tonight. Yes, he is a wise young man, Big Sister Elaine. And yeah, I do ask that y'all would pray, Keep all the nieces and nephews in your prayers anyway. I don't envy parents of young people today. I don't envy. Y'all have a tough job. I can't think of a tougher job. And I mean that. I've worked on the railroad and everything before. And I'm telling you, that's the toughest job going right now. Trying to raise up children in this environment? Please. Huh? Give me a break. Yeah, it's a system that it's a Luciferian system, and it's designed to push you away from God, to push you away from the ways of your more recent ancestors who were blessed beyond belief. They didn't sit and wait on nothing. They got everything that we got right now. We owe to them in their struggle and them being about it. Huh? And them being willing to go out there and get it and come back with it. Huh? That's what they did. So see, sometimes we spit out a narrative because we used to it. We do it because we used to it. But it's not true. And that narrative is not true. This is not a world run by some Christian authority elite, unless you're talking about the Pope and them, and they're not Christian. Good God Almighty. So, where is the preacher's show, where he does nice things for the people of the community? You'll never see it. You'll never see it. First of all, as a preacher, I wouldn't want that to be my show. Because guess what? Now glory and credit is coming to you when it should go to the Father. So it's a situation where we're not going to see more positive representations on television. That's the wrong place to look. But look in the world around you. Look in your community. You'll find those men. Not because I said it, but because God said it. And it is God who puts that anointing and appointing on the men that he selects. So, anyway, I'm glad he came in when he did, so I can get that off right quick, because he and I kind of landed on that conversation impromptu on his podcast, and I thought it was good that we landed there, but I didn't think because I wasn't prepared to have that argument. It just kind of came. I've thought about it some since then. And I pray that my tongue and my mind and my heart were lined up according to God's will, and that it was better said this time around. Cookie Cruncher said, this generation records themselves helping others. Yeah. And you know, I mean, certain things, special events, things that you may be doing to try to motivate other people to do the same, that's one thing. But yes, this is the generation. Bill Burr, surgical comedian that he is, man, I wish I could say it like he said it. I'm going to have his accent soon, that Boston accent. But Bill Burr was like, this is the generation of kids. He was like, you know, I was on the internet and I saw these kids, right? And like one of the kids was watching this bottle, right? And all these kids are hovered around him, and they're all intently looking at this bottle, right, that this one kid has in his hand. And the bottle is half full. And all of these kids right there, they're staring with great anticipation at what this kid is about to do. I didn't know what he was going to do with the water, make it disappear or what. He threw the bottle up in the air, and it landed on its bottom. It didn't tip over. And all of the kids erupted in uproarious cheering as if they had just won the Super Bowl. He was like, kids, you think of how sad a time it is for kids when a great sense of accomplishment to them is to be able to flip a water bottle upside down. Oh, the way he said it, it was so much more masterful. The way he set it up. He's a master comedian. Right. Shout out to Boston. I'm going to get it. It's different than New York, which is different than Philly, but they're all close. Yeah, you know. Yeah, you know. And of course, every other word is a curse word with Bill Burr. But that aside, and filthy conversation corrupts good manners. But that aside, for the science of comedy, that boy good. That boy good. Anyway, Boston. That's right. Big Nephew Ronell, you saw it. Did it crack you up, or am I tripping? I thought it was. I mean, he just kept on hitting me with rough LPs every time. I was like, wow. The abortion part, masterful. Masterful. His delivery, masterful. He was just really good. Even the mask part, because I was like, man, Bill Burr, you're going to start caping for the mask. And what he did was he played both sides of everything. He played both sides of the abortion issue. He played both sides of the mask issue. He was really good at showing you the idiocracy on both sides. Anyway. Hey. The WNBA part killed me too, Johnny Hart. I told him about that last broadcast. it was so genius and yet so simple. I told my cousin that. I was like, they don't need the men to help the league. Women outnumber men. If y'all would just buy a jersey, a WNBA jersey. he was like, then you guys would have to keep coming to us for help. You guys always need our help. You don't need our help. He's like, what guy wants to wear a WNBA jersey? He's like, but no, that's not what you guys support. You guys would rather support the housewives, right? Right? Four or five women all getting together, tearing each other down, rather than seeing 5 women get together and win a championship. Oh, the way he put it was so much better. Don't you ladies get angry. But it was a good commentary on feminism. Right, which is different than Jersey. Right. I know him when I hear him. All the years of rap. Your cousin from Boston. Those commercials. But yes. Man, that guy is a joke. Are you serious? Is he still on YouTube? I don't like Christians that make Christians look like we all Creflo Dollar. I don't like Negroes that make Negroes look like we all Kodak Black, whoever. And I can't stand truthers that make us all sound like we should wear tinfoil hats because they can't explain nothing. Explain to me why so-and-so is in the Illuminati. What is it that makes you think so-and-so is in the Illuminati? He is a terrible explainer. That guy sucks. Anyway. And I won't name him because be one first. Okay, I'm going to make a short out of this. I'm going to make a little short out of this. But I done told y'all about this so many times. I just realized that I had it. I think they just had blocked it, but I do have it. So let me find this right quick. And I'm going to play this for you guys. YouTube Studio. Because this is one of those things like, okay, if you was going to make a case for somebody being in the Brotherhood or being quote unquote Illuminati, man, articulate. Bro, if you can't articulate, please do something else. Talk about music or something. But this, you have to be able to explain. If a person understands something generally, as a general rule, they can explain it. Some people are not good at explaining. I get that. And you can explain it with a few words if you really understand it. Now, it does depend on how deep people want to get with it, but yeah. Oh, okay, let me show y'all this. This is, I know where it's at. It's in my movies. It's in my movies. You ain't never seen my movies? But I've talked about this a long time ago. And I do thank the faithful few who watch my movies. I appreciate y'all. I do it all for y'all. But can't keep doing it. Takes a lot of time. And I wouldn't mind the time if after it was done, it got watched. But I say, hey, spent all that time doing that. A 20-minute video, 47-minute video, might have took me 7-8 hours to do. Sitting in one spot. So now, imagine the ones that's 2 hours like this one, or almost 2 hours. And when I'm sitting there doing them, I don't want to get up until I'm done. Okay, let me show y'all this. Whoa. Hey. Peace and blessings, all praises to the true and living. Guide my tongue, my thoughts, my words, and my actions to be in alignment with your will, that you be visible, for you are invincible, that may be invisible. We're going to look a little bit at what is a minstrel. What is it really about when actors and actresses receive that status, that clout, or that award? And you know, folks are encouraged to look at that as an achievement, and even as an achievement to the community. You know, we support black actors and black films, and I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm taking another look at a couple of things, and I want you to look at it with me. It was sparked by seeing a film called Minstrel Man. Now, despite some of the things you may see on the outside, it's very deep, and like a lot of things, there's exoteric and esoteric things to glean from this, and it all connects to mind control. It also connects to the race war programming and to the black and white chessboard dynamic, the game that we talk about so much, the Hegelian dialectic that they run on both sides of the chessboard, on both brotherhoods. So check it out.
They were black men, the slaves, trying to ease the hardships of their lives with the songs that they wrote and the stories that they made up. The curious thing was, white folks begun to put woolly hair on their heads and black makeup on their faces, pretending that they was darkies down on the plantation. Minstrel shows, they were called. They set a semicircle of chairs on stage, and the man in the middle was called Mr. Interlocutor. But the jokes were handled by the end men, Mr. Bones and Mr. Tambo. They danced and they sang coon songs and told funny stories that showed the black man better off and happier in slavery. After the Civil War, black men like my papa wanted to get into the entertainment business. The only place open to them was the minstrel stage. So, they sold themselves as the genuine article. And they put burnt cork on their black faces. And they imitated the white men who was imitating them. Seems like as soon as I could carry a tambourine, me and my brother Rennie was strutting out front of the minstrel parade with our papa right behind. I was about 14 years old and mighty proud to be a part of the singing, dancing Brown family. Of the Carmichael's Minstrels.
4 seasons? If you can. The 4 seasons, let me see. The 4 seasons is pepper, salt, vinegar, and mustard.
Now, am I wrong because I thought that was hilarious?
Tambo, I wonder if I can prevail upon you to favor us with a vocal rendition.
Well, I don't know about that, Mr. Interlocutor, but I'd be mighty pleased to sing a song for y'all.
And of course, yes, because the premise of the joke, the narrative behind the joke, is that y'all so dumb that y'all don't know the seasons as far as fall, winter, spring, and fall from the seasons as far as salt, pepper, and garlic powder. Lord. But it was funny.
Although it ain't my color, I was feeling mighty blue.
Now this is the jam. Now don't none of y'all want to be producers out there sample this now.
I've got lots of trouble. I tell it all to you. I'm suddenly disgusted with life, and that's a fact. Because my hair is woolly and because my color is black, I had my face enameled. I truly was a sight. Just as I was thinking, I had things fixed up right. My gal came down to see me. I gave her such a fright, and that's why I must sing to you this mournful tune tonight. I wish my color would fade.
Coon, coon,
I'd like a different shade.
coon, coon, coon. Morning, night, and noon.
I'd rather be the man in the moon than a coon, coon, coon.
I'd rather be the man on the moon than a miserable coon. Lord have mercy.
We weren't millionaires by that spring, or the next, or even the next. We were always just a little broker and a little hungry. Even the minstrels weren't all that interested in a pair of ragtag boys.
I think it said 77, Dr. Dave. Kind of put me in mind of Chris Rock in more ways than one. Well, and the movie is important, especially if we frame it in the context of today. A couple of years ago, a lot of the black YouTubers was running around calling each other coon, like it's the thing to do. And I said, no, we not finna take another racial slur and normalize it. Let's just keep the one y'all think that you took back. Let's not take another one, okay? We don't need to take on another negative term that comes from people's hatred of you and try to turn it into something to call each other. And this time wasn't even the disguise of, oh no, it's a term of endearment. Let me tell y'all something. I'll be 50 years old next May. I don't call nobody nigga unless I'm saying something bad about them. To my people, my family. Oh, that nigga ain't. I don't use it for no endearment. It only comes out as a negative because it's a negative word. And shouldn't be used at all. But I'm 50, stop me.
Stay back, Randy. Get on out of here. Easy, boy. Easy. I'm Charlie B. What's your? Harry Lucas Brown. Well, looky here, Mr. Harry Lucas Brown. I just happen to be a minstrel man myself passing through this here town. I'll be moving on to something more suited to my talents just as soon as I finish putting my new act together. New act? Yes, sir.
And as I have broken down before, kings and queens ain't nothing to be chasing after neither, because if you know the origin of kings and queens, all that comes from the fallen. We did it here on the show a couple of times. We looked at the etymology of the word queen. The etymology of the word queen is synonymous and parallel with bitch and whore and those types of words. It was once a common name to name a dog, queen. King is similar. So Nagus, I've heard the idea, Nagus. No, they weren't. The old Southerners was not trying to call you Nagus from India because, again, and then is that what you want to identify yourself with anyway? Because the Nagas of India are snake men. So sometimes we repeat narratives, but it doesn't really make sense in the grand scheme of things. If you're trying to say something positive about us, we shouldn't be called snake men neither, nor should we be called kings. We're a royal priesthood. Now, I do understand that there's Aramaic words for royalty. And the royalty was the priesthood because the only royalty was God. They got in a lot of trouble because they wanted a king. So, no, niggas is not a play off of saying king. It's the word sagging backward, the way we spell it today. If we're going to relate it to this ancient Indian entity and deity, which is this would be the oldest spelling or the oldest creature that you can find with the name Nagus. And again, the fallen angels came here and they perpetrated the fraud as what? What were they acting like? They were acting like the gods who were the kings. The names changed, but the game's the same. The gods ruled over people, told people what to do. Kings just ruled and most are never understood. Gods just rule and most are never understood. So the concept of the kings comes from the concept of gods. And that comes from the fallen angels. So let's refrain from calling ourselves any of these things. Like I said, unless you're mad like me. That's the only time it's fitting. It's a negative word. No, never say it.
Been figuring on maybe fleshing up the routine a little bit with some young, talented person that needs a break. You mean us?
And please do apologize for the volume. This is at the time I posted this was a very difficult to find movie. And you could only find it with something wrong with it, blurry or volume too low. So I ended up picking one where the volume was really low. This first debuted, was it 2018? I think it's older than that. I think this is older than that. But we'll see. We'll see by what's in it. But yes, so the volume is low. If you can turn up your volume, I bet you can still hear it.
Don't know that I need a harmonica player just now.
This is my brother Rennie, Mr. Bates. We go together.
Sorry, Harry. Means an extra mouth to feed, extra bunk on the train.
Rennie ain't no harmonica player. He plays the piano and he composes too. He's real good, Mr. Bates, and he'll earn his keep honest.
I'm sure that your brother is another Chopin or bone. But for now, you think maybe there's some place we can send him like home?
That's Aretha Franklin's ex, Glenn Turner from A Different World, the Colonel, when he was a young man. I told y'all one day I was watching Different World when I was a teenager, and here come Big Ted. Ain't that Aretha, old man? The one she found in the bed with the dude? I said, what? He always coming up with something crazy. I said, what? Yeah. You didn't know about that? Yeah. That was Aretha's old dude, and found him in bed with her son. I said, oh man, get out of here. Anyway.
Yes, sir. On anything. Let's look at you. Dirty. Steal to eat. Got about as much prospects as a three-legged dog. Some greatest thing happened to you since mother's milk, boy.
All right, next. I don't want to put none of that stuff on.
Well, you have to.
Why?
Because we've always done it, that's why.
Oh, you mean the folks out there can't tell a nigga without?
Oh, hush up, Randy.
Come on, put it on.
For God's sake, Harry. You insisted he come along like you did with this kid.
Rennie, damn. You think I enjoy putting this stuff on my face, huh? Well, hell, where else can us colored folks perform, huh?
Question we both ask all the time. Are we making progress? Is it getting better?
I think we are making progress, but it's not progress across the board. I want hopefully one day soon, while we're still young, to get in one of those gatekeeping positions so we can be one of those people that has green light power, that has a studio job. Some of these studios don't even have any black executives at all. You know, we go to the studios, man. The only black people we see is the guy at the gate.
Really?
And
he won't let you in.
You know, at the same time, yourself, Sam, Don Cheadle, Will, Eddie.
Why do you think there aren't the roles for black women? Are we not writing them? Is that on us?
I think we have to write them.
Yeah.
You know, and you got to give Miss Winfrey credit because
Right,
she uses all her clout. She
Right.
just did Zora Neale Hurston's classic Eyes Watching Gawahali.
Right.
Now she's getting ready to do Paradise again. She definitely can get stuff made. Hopefully, she'll put us on the show too.
Not that we're asking for that.
I know, we're
You're not asking to be on the show.
You want to go back to the streets? I made up my mind, Harry. I'm going back home.
You're up, Mr. Bates.
Rennie, you can't leave now, huh? I mean, look, this when it's getting good. This is what we stayed for. I can't do this kind of work anymore, Harry. I thought I could, but I can't.
Boy's right here.
Coons in town, coons in town, coons who came the other day. Hey, hey.
Now, just like when we speak colloquially and we say that so-and-so's part of the Illuminati, we're not saying specifically that they obtained the Illuminati degree, which is a degree in Freemasonry, according to their own writings. We're not saying that they're a part of the Bavarian branch that was started by Adam Weishaupt. We're not saying that when we say that. So similarly, sometimes when we say Boule, we're not saying that these people are members of the Divine Nine. I think Spike Lee is, though. But what we're saying is they're part of the black elite or the secret cabal of black folks who are used by white folks in the leadership roles and higher positions. At least that's how it appears. They give orders to the Boule, which is the servant of the king, the servant or guardian of the king, servant/guardian. And the black actors and entertainers, the athletes, singers that reach that certain level, some people say $20 million, some say 50, some have said 10, but we all can tell the different signs of once they've gotten in. Once those people get in, we tend to call them Boule, the black ones. We call the black Illuminati candidates Boule. But specifically, a member of the Boule is a member of one of the Divine Nine. So now Denzel, I do believe, has fallen out of favor. I don't think he cares anymore. And I also believe that he's a believer now, like a smart man would be. Along his journey, I saw him coming to this place, even when he made Fallen. When he made Fallen, Dr. York had put it in his books that Denzel had been studying about the ancient Hebrew and the which is of course what you would have had to have done in that role. And if you're a curious person, you may study more than just what you need for the role. Sure, he said one Aramaic word, I think, in the entire movie. But do you not think that somebody was in his ear? And I don't mean necessarily just with the negative stuff, telling him some things. And that perhaps it might have made him want to look deeper. But right now, I believe him to be a believer. And I believe that we're never going to see him in the light that he was once in. And that happens. But you look at Pacino and you look at De Niro, you look at Dustin Hoffman, a lot of these other dudes, up into their old wrinkly years, they're still A-listers. Watch what happened with Denzel. But anyway.
We're two new coons in town, and nobody can down. They're the champions, so they say.
The term coon comes from raccoons, like niggas, apes, animals, coons, and possums, a way to diminish the black man and call him an animal. And shine came from the way that it was said that your eyes would shine and your teeth would shine when you smiled. That's where the white paint around the eyes and the mouth came from.
What are you going to do now, Harry?
You folks can wait around here for the law or some pale-faced manager to live here if you want to, but not me.
Suppose you're running that Charlie Bates again?
If I do, he'll be the one that needs the Lord's deliverance.
You don't get my meaning, son. This ain't no nigger crew.
Once I get the caulk on and the makeup, nobody be able to tell me from the rest of the company.
Shine was because when you sweat out in the sun and you have melanin, you'll shimmer. And that's where the shine came from. The shining eyes, teeth, and skin. Shining eyes, big old white eyes that they, try to always act like everybody had. Some people had chinky eyes, and the teeth. And some people's teeth was kind of yellowish. But that was part of the stereotype. The big shining white eyes, the big shining white teeth, and the shining black skin.
Look, if it's colored materials you're looking for, why, the genuine ugly.
Boy, white men been doing coon shows longer than niggers by 20 years. We're experts at it. So why should I hire a black man to do a job a white man can do? Answer me that.
Cold.
Say, fella, you looking for a job?
Yes, sir.
Say you've been in show business.
Yes.
Well, maybe I could use you. Just 10 cents, ladies and gentlemen, one thin dime to gaze upon this genuine Zulu warrior.
But see, the reason I didn't connect it to the shoe shine boy is because all of this happened before we were allowed to be places shining white folks' shoes in public. I'm talking about back in the very beginning when you was relegated to the field. And that's where you were first called shine. And as an African-American history major, that this is my wheelhouse.
Captured in the heart of darkest Africa, brought to you at enormous Across the stairs, Rita is just happy. Himself a live chicken every morning.
Hey, Brown.
Only one thin dime.
You overacting it, might, ain't you?
Get back in your cage or you fired. Sorry, folks. Keeper must have left the cage unlocked. Everything's gonna be fine.
I don't know how my mom would feel about me going off with a minstrel show, Mr. Brown. But, maybe when I tell her how you a big famous minstrel star and all, but she...
Best be going, Harry.
Mr. Brown's been telling me how y'all heading north to Chicago. And I ain't never seen nothing north of this very town.
Oh, sugar. Don't you agree, Mr. Bates, that it'd be a crime and a sin against the Lord to leave a magnificent voice like Jessamine's undiscovered?
Oh, Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir. You don't come with me now, Mr. Brown. I'm gonna have to scuff your dancing slippers.
In case you are interested, Miss Tucker, the company cars will be leaving from the rail yard at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
At 4.
Good day, ma'am.
Good day.
Okay, now you had that old dude up there still trying to do it because he was used to it, but also because he still had to do it. Sammy Davis Jr. was a member of the Church of Satan. And that's always going to be a source for some hating, and rightfully so. But him and Red Fox worked as long as they did because they wasn't making no money when they was young. They had fame and not fortune. And it wasn't until he got his NBC show. And even then, I heard George Wallace. George Wallace is another masterful clean. It used to be clean. He says he's no longer clean after Will slapped Chris. So he's cursing now, George Wallace. But George Wallace said that Johnny Carson wouldn't even let Red Fox sit on the couch. He was like, it was one thing to get up there on Johnny Carson and perform. He was like, that was a milestone in and of itself. He was like, but the real shebang came if you got to sit down in the seat. And George Wallace said, and this is, he's an old school black comedian. He's older than Steve Harvey and Cedric the Entertainer and all them. He looked like he might be about up there with John Witherspoon, but he's really good, really sharp-minded. He said that Johnny Carson would let Red Fox sit on there. He let him perform, but he wouldn't let him sit down on there. I think he said it was only 2 black guest hosts ever, Della Reese, I think, and somebody else. But anyway, he was saying that, it just, the doors wasn't as open for you. So you go back to the days of, say, Red Fox or even Sammy Davis. Sammy Davis might have thought he was being slick. And again, this is no excuse. But it might be a reason. He belonged to too many different things. He belonged to the Zionists. He belonged to the Templar. And he belonged to the Church of Satan. He was trying to get in. Anywhere he thought he could fit in, by any means. He probably thinking, this is a joke. But then, you can start off thinking that way. You won't think that way for very long. You go to a couple of them rituals, a couple of them parties, and you begin to see, I might be taking this as a joke, but this is a serious thing. Then what do? jump out. Hello, reconnection successful. And thank you to the super chatter. And we're back. But I think y'all got the gist of what I was saying. Yeah, you know, you thought that you could jump out. And, of course, it's not going to be that easy. They set it up that way. They make it difficult for you to just jump out. They have a lot of your holdings. You don't have all of the stuff that you're promised yet. So, you know, you have the threat of jumping out and potentially losing this and losing that. And like I said, that shouldn't matter to a holy roller Christian soldier. But that's not what everyone is when they're young and in this game. And even when they get older. But okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Let us continue.
I wonder, could I see you and Mr. Brown for a moment? Damn clever, I must say, using that New Orleans whorehouse music for a minstrel band. How you do that?
Well, it's double time syncopated 4/4 with 2/4 mostly, with the melody running ahead of behind. Ragtime is what it is.
Interesting. Most interesting. So to get right to the point here, I'll buy you boys out for, say, $3,000. Cash.
I don't think so, Mr. Finch, but thanks anyway.
Now, you know what happens to black-owned companies. They either get squeezed out or starved out.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Where's the makeup, Mr. Brown? Where's the funny-looking costumes?
Now, we're doing a little different kind of show tonight, a little more high tone. You'll like it.
Times are bad, Mr. Brown. Lots of those folks out there barely have the price of admission. And they don't want to come in here and see a lot of niggers being better and smarter than they are.
But don't you worry. We're going to make them happy.
Bar. This is why I told y'all there was a time when lyrical complexity was the norm in rap. I know y'all don't believe me. I know you don't believe me. Because now everybody's going, hey, but it's a bad, hey, but it's a bad, hey, you know it's a vibe. Hey, and it's a vibe. Hey, and it's the wave. Hey. While there's one guy who's still able to go, and I'm a and I'm a God, while the rest of the little coons is relegated to it's a vibe. Hey, hey, because it's hard times out here, and don't know white folks want to see y'all acting smarter and better than them. Messes with the insecurities. So you get out there and you dumb it down, and you let them feel comfortable that their spot is secure and safe at the top. You want to be savage, and they're the civilized ones. So you just be savage.
You better.
Mr. Bones, it seems to me that you've not been looking so well lately.
No, sir. I've been mightily poorly.
Well, what seems to be the trouble, sir?
Well, sir, I was nursing my old sick horse. And the next thing I knew, I was suffering from a breakdown.
Gentlemen, is that not touching devotion? Mr. Bones here attending his sick horse so faithfully that his own health broke down.
Afternoon, neighbor. Afternoon to you.
Mr. Interlocker, I can't be sure. You know most all white people looks alike to me. Even your white, Mr. Bones.
Perhaps it's time for a song. I wonder would you favor us, Mr. Bone?
I'll be honest.
When your audience is able to dictate what you do because they are your main source of income, then they can make you stay in the box they prefer you in. The biz is still that way, just without the face paint, yet they still wear the masks. We wear the masks.
I have a riddle for you, Mr. Interlocutor.
What is your riddle, Mr. Bill?
Do you know why there are no white folks in the audience?
Well, no,
Because they all have red necks.
Why are you trying to get us all killed?
Hell are you trying to get us all killed? How long are you gonna take it, Harry? How long are you gonna go through this humiliation and abuse? When are you gonna stop fighting back?
My last question: the tattoo on your chin, what does that signify?
This is all I was going to show, but I hadn't seen the movie in a while myself. Because people, I remember trying to find this clip on its own, because this was a clip on its own from Vlad TV. And Vlad is one of them boys. See, I didn't remember that this was from his platform. But this is further fuel to me, to the fire in the conversation about Vlad being fed or something, because this video's gone. I'm glad I still have it in this little movie I made, but you can't find this no more. Listen, and then think.
My last question: the tattoo on your chin, what does that signify?
Oh, it's an owl. It just means wisdom and knowledge and learning things.
Did you see his face? Yo, come on now. It ought to be a bunch of head blown emojis on there. That's humiliation ritual 101. Who wants to tattoo their chin? Period. Let's start there. Oh, y'all not feeling me.
When are you gonna stop fighting back?
My last question: the tattoo on your chin, what does that signify?
Oh, it's an owl. It just means wisdom and knowledge and learning things.
Jordash? Sassoon?
We looked at her feet and we looked at her cats. Did you forget? I'm the queen of the night. The queen of the night. Why the owls though, queen? Who? You. Because, first of all, the owls are a huge symbol of the brotherhood. Many of the sayings that we have come from the brotherhood. One of them is watch your back. And the owl is able to spin his head around, not 360 degrees, but it looked like about 360 degrees. And he can really watch his back. He also operates in the night. And he is a consort and cohort of fallen angels. So Freemasons said, we got something to do with the owl there. And our Lord Jesus Christ, who Cat Williams has said many times he's down with, the Word made flesh. Well, in the Word made of paper, there's lots of Bible verses about owls. Our Father is not very fond of the owl. I'm getting a little Christopher Walken thing going on there. But he's not very fond of the owl. See then that you walk circumspectly. And look at all these Christian things using an owl. Thank you to Win Worley, Big Chief, OG, man of God, Win Worley. 25 Bible verses about owls. Okay, let's get to it then. Don't play no games with me. Now, here's a bad place. But the cormorant and the bittern shall possess it. The owl also and the raven shall dwell in it, and he shall stretch out upon it the line of confusion and the stones of emptiness. I am like a pelican of the wilderness. I am like an owl of the desert. There shall the great owl make her nest, and lay and hatch and gather under her shadow. There shall the vultures also be gathered, everyone with her mate, and the little owl and the cormorant and the great owl. The wild beasts of the desert shall also meet with the wild beasts of the island, and the setter shall cry to his fellow. The screech owl also shall rest there, and find for herself a place of rest. And the owl and the nighthawk, and the caw. Is that noise that Cole be making? And the hawk after his kind. Therefore I will wail and howl, Micah 1:8. I will go stripped and naked. I will make a wailing like the dragons, and mourning as the owls. The little owl and the great owl and the swan. So, the owl, and let's look here at this picture. Look at your ancestor here. The owl, pictured here with this fallen angel, disguised as a woman queen. These are abominable things here, things that should not be mixed together. And it is my contention that the abominable things, the things that the Lord don't just say don't eat, he said don't touch it. We have strict Muslim brothers to this day who know that they can't work in a grocery store because they're not even supposed to, not in the meat department, they're not even supposed to touch haram meat, which comes from the same laws of Deuteronomy. So you mean to tell me God made something that he said is so abominable, don't eat it, don't even touch it? No. That's these fake geneticists, the fallen angels, and the humans that they had working with them and helping them, trying to figure out a way to insert themselves into humanity's bloodline. And to insert themselves into creation. To distort creation itself. To interfere with creation. So you have some things that are horrifying. You have some things that are unnatural. Bigfoot. And you have some things that God does not speak favorably upon, that we think are just regular members of the animal kingdom. You ever seen an owl standing up? Them things look weird. They hit different. They not like the other birds. But I did digress. This is the real dirty bird cookie cruncher right here. I think the Atlanta Falcons ought to get that up. Get that to her. So yes, she's the queen of the night, the queen of whores and witches, the patron spirit of whores and witches. And she likes the owls. Ow! All right.
Buckwheat, hey. Buckwheat cheese. Okay.
My last question: the tattoo on your chin? What does that signify?
Oh, it's an owl. It just means wisdom and knowledge and learning things.
Jordash? Sassoon? What we? Yes. Buckwheat cheese. Okay.
It has to do with their perception of vision, of what is clarity. And of Aries, Horus, ruling the brain and the eyes. Their belief that they can see things that others cannot because of their esoteric and exoteric information, their occult allegiances, and of course, their communing with spirits that some believe are their ancestors and others know full well are deceiving demonic beings. And the owl is symbolic of those who have this knowledge of the fallen. The fallen manipulated not only mankind's beliefs and philosophies, but mankind's genetics, the genetics of plants, and the genetics of animals. And it is my contention that the owl is one such animal, and this is why it is revered, and so unlike the other fowl species in a plethora of ways. But I had to really look at the different reasons why they revere the owl, or why they will say they revere the owl, and why they don't say. One is its nighttime capabilities. It's a nocturnal fowl, and its ability to see at night is only rivaled by its ability to see almost behind its back, its ability to turn its head. It was also the accompaniment of Lilith and Minerva and Athena. It is symbolic of Mother Goddess worship, and when you see the owl and the other symbols associated with the eyes and the vision of the elite, the Illuminati, they are bragging that they are able to see things and understand things that you cannot, and you only understand and see from a lower level.
Oh, this one is more fun than I remembered. Now, just imagine. Okay. I'm not here to convince a person one way or the other. I'm just here to drop off the mail, my sister and my brother. But I will give you some additional food for thought. Bible haters like to say things like, those that hate the true and living God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob love to say things like, oh, and what about that part in the Bible where he told them don't even spare the children? Oh, your God, he's a megalomaniac. He's a psychopath. He's a sociopathic narcissist. Your God, he told them to kill the children. He kills children in his book. How could you serve a God like that? He says for you to fear him. I had nothing for that for many years. Oh, I had nothing for that. That was one of my main defenses when I didn't want to change my behavior, want to do as thou wilt. That was one of my favorite ones to use. Oh, that God, that can't be the God. That might actually be the devil. I used to say those same Freemasonic things too. However, I was trying to find that exact, I think it's Joshua in them, but yes, it's true. He did tell them, don't spare the children, kill the children too. Because they weren't his. Now, if he would say that about children, okay. Need I say more? So that's just more food for thought. He did. Because they weren't his. Abominable. I think they were what? The Amalekite tribe, or one of those tribes that was related to Goliath. He didn't tell them to spare Goliath. He put the power in little David
to cut off Goliath's dome piece. So everything that's living and made is not protected from his wrath. Let's continue with the menu. I wonder, anybody ever had any owl to eat? Hooty hoo! And look at what they put owls on. Things that have to do with witches. It's like people saying, well, I'm going to use the Ankh for good. Good luck.
Bragging that they are able to see things and understand things that you cannot, and you only understand and see from a lower level.
In front of the mirror for the duality shot. Gotta have that. The dual nature. The black and white also for the dual nature. You are in my system. The spirit is in his system. The you is Lou. Do you remember us looking at the whispers? What's my favorite whisper song? Just keep on loving me, loving me. That's the jam. But remember how we broke that one down and how they followed the woman in red? The Matrix didn't make that up first. This is older than the Matrix. The Whispers Keep on Loving Me video is older than the Matrix. Lady in Red is older than the Matrix. That's also a code for the whore of Babylon. And chasing after the devil can be symbolically interpreted as chasing after the whore of Babylon or chasing the woman in the red dress. His last line, my main objective, baby. And he's going to turn around and point at you and say, is to get to ya. Maybe a triple entendre there. Because he's pointing at you and his main objective, the devil in him, the spirit that he's saying is in his systems, its main objective is to get to you. But as an artist in the music business system, his main objective as the artist is to get to Lou. So that's at least a double entendre.
Turn your mind around. I know take time.
Said, not in those other paths you can't get to me. Have mercy.
But you know I can wait now. The only
And so he does that O twice and very purposefully. And I remember always thinking that these was devil horns, but they're not. They look like it though. I just peeped. They're not devil horns, but it does look like it. And hey, I don't. Oh, and this is where Barry's at. Okay, this is where my Barry White is at. I didn't know. Okay, now not passing judge. Oh, there we go. Not passing judgment on people. Because again, we don't, but you know, it's the red and black, but we don't know the people. Again, what did Valerie Simpson say? Wasn't I clever as only I can be? Now tell me, what's happening? What's following me? Or what's bothering me, right? You think you're being clever. Oh, okay, this is the game you got to play. Oh, this is how you got it. Oh, this is how you get ahead. Some of these people, again, I'm telling you, we don't know what stages they was at. And this might be why people be 1 and 2 hit wonders. I wouldn't have had to have told the artist, well, this is their first video. I wouldn't have had to tell them nothing. Here, man, you're going to put on these shoes. The stylist is going to bring the clothes. We already got the set up for you. We have the video director. He's going to do blah, blah, blah. Okay, now, a couple of times within the song, you know, when you say, oh, we want you to do this symbol here. Oh, make it real visual. Oh, okay. And he wouldn't have had to know nothing. That's why we say it's the songwriter's secret. And sometimes it's even secret to the songwriter himself. They sent one through me when I was open-minded. They sent one through me called Midnight Man, which happened to have been the first title that Rodney Temperton came up with for Thriller. Rodney Temperton is a master songwriter and a master of the songwriter's secret. He penned Angel, what was that? And you're the star of the story I'll always tell. One of the greatest songwriter secret songs of all time. If you don't understand, what is the songwriter secret? After this is done, or make a note to yourself, text yourself. Listen to, I know George Benson has a version of it, man. Listen to Heat Wave, because Rod Temperton was a member of Heat Wave. So listen to Heat Wave, Star of the Story. And that's the songwriter's secret. So, perfectly encapsulated. But anyhow, I'm sorry. Let's get through this. Pride is what gave the devil a blind side. Pride, revenge, feeling wronged by man, feeling usurped by man. He got ahead of me. He's got something that I think should belong to me. Those are things that keep a lot of people going a lifetime. His lifespan is just different.
Barry White had a hit in 1972 on Love Unlimited, which was my first gold record and their first one. Before then, there were 11 and a half years of starvation and struggle that Barry White went through. The story that Barry White could tell you about what he was before it happened would make your hair curl, sweetheart. I had.
Now, my understanding, I know Sister T's probably getting a rest right now or about to open up the prayer, the morning prayer, but I think it was her and Brother Jerry's keen eye that discerned that Barry's throwing it up. We understand this one. But this second one, again, I don't want to credit or blame the wrong person, but I know somebody I thought was telling me that this is Crip signage that he's going to do after he drops these couple O's. Because you know he was big pimping. Pardon me, I meant to say Big Crippin'. My bad, Barry.
72 on Love Unlimited, which was my first gold record and their first one. Before then, there were 11 and a half years of starvation and struggle that Barry White went through. The story that Barry White could tell you about what he was before it happened would make your hair curl, sweetheart. I had a lot of brushes with the law. I was a very, very proud gangbanger, is what we call them in America. I was very loyal, very consistent. I was a dedicated member to my gang. And I did everything that teenagers do who are in that environment. And at that age, I went to jail, I burglarized, I stole cars, I fought, I was in gang fights. All of the things that it takes to either make you or break you.
Bar. And for folks who might be new or just now joining in, I made this video. So of course I'm aware of everything I'm saying to you now. It's just been a minute since I watched it.
I'm only a product of my environment.
Glodine, formerly of Love Unlimited. And I had to hear Barry explain it himself. It's fun to hear Barry White talk. He's a real regular guy. I mean, what did you expect? I mean, but the music is so lush, and, you know, I thought he was going to sound different. But anyway, I forgot what I was going to say about old Barry. Oh, Glodine. Yeah, first, Glodine was a member of Love Unlimited. Love Unlimited was his girl group. I think it was 3 of them. And, of course, he ended up with the one he thought was the prettiest, I guess, and that's Glodine. And Glodine had them nails like, you know, I'm sure you've seen somebody, you got an auntie or somebody or an auntie's friend. You've seen somebody that does that. People don't do it so much nowadays. But I've seen it this year. Yeah. And everybody was looking and taking pictures of the lady's nails. But yeah, you know, she had those deals. But yeah, so anyway, I said all that to say that the Love Unlimited Orchestra actually came because of him wanting to make music for Glodine and Love Unlimited. But anyway, that's just a little bit of trivia. Talk about old school names that you won't hear. Glodine. Matter of fact, I don't think I've ever heard that before. And yes, she is beautiful. But let us move on.
But I'll find it somewhere, somehow. And you know, Barry, I'll never give up looking for my baby.
Don't ever.
Old Barry full of it. I like old Barry though. But now, this song is interesting to me because she originally made this song without Barry White on it. When I was in high school, this song came out, and then I think this version might have came out a few years later. But when I first heard her song, I'm so musically in tuned, even as a teenager, that I could tell this sounds like a Barry White song. I remember saying that to people. Nobody would feel me. And then here she pop up with Barry White doing the song. That just goes, it's something in the blood, baby. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus.
Around the world and I can't find my baby. I don't know when, I don't know why. Why he's gone away and I don't know where she can be. My baby, but I'm gonna find him
Someday, some way.
Ooh, we had a quarrel.
I'm surprised that crazy lady don't be like, Barry White was born a female. They did a special operation to scar his vocal cords. You know, get out of here. So when you say every entertainer is like that, then you have to include everyone. That means Barry White too. Barry White is an anomaly, a man's man. He is a experiment in testosterone that the good Lord wanted to provide, and we'll never have another. So, you know, that's just on the entertainment side of things. I wish he had believed.
And I let myself go. I said so many things he didn't know when I was so close, so bad. And I don't think he's coming back. He gave the reasons he should go. He said things he never said before.
He said I need a second too.
And I don't think he's coming back.
She can be
my baby.
I know you are, baby. I know you are, baby.
Barry jiving right now.
You've been a bad girl.
Are you gonna help me?
You've been a bad girl. Hi, this is Barry White. Please join me on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, May, to be an array of international stars and celebrities from all over, from the world. Oh, shit, I'm doing it again. Hi, this is Barry White. Please join me on Friday, Saturday, and
Now, my purpose in inserting this was because at the time I was working on showing the duality in entertainers. How so often the ones that are gangster, they don't want to appear like no gangster. They want to be seen as a smooth ladies man. And the ones that are known as not being gangster, they're the ones who want everybody to think that they're gangster. So, again, my apologies to those who will certainly be quite outdone by Barry's profanity here. Please do skip forward. As a matter of fact, I'll pause after this, and when you guys see the Unplug 'em logo again, you guys can tune back in. But I don't want to offend any. I don't want to end up offending any tender and righteous, consecrated and separated ears. But what I wrote on the screen was, this next clip contains profanity, and it's included as an attempt to further illustrate some of the aforementioned points about duality. And it cracks me up. Have a laugh if you've never heard it, and your ears ain't virgin.
Hi, this is Barry White. Please join me on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, May, to be an array of international stars and celebrities from all over, from the world. Oh, shit, I'm doing it again. Hi, this is Barry White. Please join me on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Saturday and Sunday, May 8th, 9th, and 10th, for the first fucking thing. To a weekend in Texas on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, May 8th, 9th, and 10th in Waco, Texas. I'm cutting the fucking spot, Tony. Jesus. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invite you to a weekend in Texas on Saturday and Sunday. Shit. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invites you to a weekend in Texas on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, May 8th, 9th, and 10th. Shit. Do it over, fuck it. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invites you to a beautiful weekend in Waco, Texas on Friday. This asshole fucked these words up, man. I mean, he's got words that he don't even need. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invites you to a beautiful weekend in Waco, Texas. This gala weekend will include the welcoming celebrity reception on Friday, the Barry White concert with the Love Unlimited Orchestra, of course, and the post-concert reception on Saturday. And a championship semi-finals. Fuck this shit, man. I'm going to cut this shit off. Cut this. I'm going to take it up to concert, Love Unlimited Orchestra. That's where I'm going to stop at. So get your tickets now. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invites your ass to come on down. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invites you to a beautiful weekend on Friday, Saturday, ain't this a bitch. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College. Oh, Lord, Jesus.
Oh, my goodness. Too funny. Barry was a fool. Rest in peace. Well, he wasn't a fool. He was a smart man who went through a lot. And I pray that in his final breaths, he made peace with the Lord. But that was funny.
To you, Mr. Gorolnik, it's been 2 months, and I want my rent, or I'm going to take your apartment, Mr. Gorolnik. I want it back. I want my rent, Mr. Gorolnik. Your rent is due. I'm going to have to take steps.
Mister, would you cross me?
Out of my way, old man!
Ain't that right, big niece? He got all these words he don't even need. Barry, how you know what words he needs? He got all the words he needs on there. Oh, my gosh. Right. Chocolatey Let's Ride points out how just like usual, when you just can't do it no more, you got to call on Jesus. Oh, Lord Jesus. I was trying to find, okay, Love Unlimited Orchestra made all this beautiful, funky, lush, lavish music. The guitar player's going off, the bass player's who played bass? Who played guitar? Ray Parker Jr. came from them. And he's a bad dude. And the only other name that I saw that I recognized was Kenny G. But anyway, I'm sorry. No more. I won't interrupt anymore. Let's get through this. Both Cosby and Ossie, Ruby D, Maya Angelou, they're all seen as trailblazers. And we have honored them as such. And indeed, they did blaze a trail. But as I watched Minstrel Man, some new questions came to my mind concerning the acting profession and the gains that we feel as brothers and sisters that we've gotten over the years by progressing in that particular profession. What is it really about? And the more that I look back to some of our old favorites and classics, some of the films that we sort of just blindly accept as being 100, you know, I see some things that cause me to pause. For instance, the all-seeing eye on the fez of Ossie Davis. I understand that the premise behind Let's Do It Again was that Portier and Cosby were to raise money for their brotherhood. And it was written by Portier. Now, don't you think Portier was a made man, a brother? Did he not understand the meanings of those things of the all-seeing eye? Was he just under the age noir deception, or was it deeper? I don't know, yet I question. and I look at what's going on with Bill Cosby, and I compare it to different things I've heard over the years concerning black actors and the hardships that they've gone through, or that they go through trying to break into a business that's not welcoming them, not welcoming toward them, not designed for them. I have mixed feelings. It's part of me that always feels like, well, what do you expect? This is a devil's game. It's all about programming. You have to remember the real purpose of moving pictures was for propaganda, was for the government to disseminate information to the people the way they wanted it. It would always be accompanied with newsreels in the beginning. Once they got movies up and running, they figured out, they didn't figure it out, it was the intent from the beginning that, hey, we're going to package movies with our messages. And even when you see a program on TV, the real old black and white programs, they'll say, sponsored by such and such, or they give thanks to their sponsors. Their sponsor, that corporation, whatever company it was, paid for that program, and sometimes they designed that program just to give people a particular message. But to keep that in mind, especially concerning black programming, and not be so quick to just accept it because it's got black names and actors behind it.
Billy and Clyde. Just a couple of ordinary guys doing their part for a good cause.
I'm a milkman. You're a factory worker. We don't look like nobody who come up with no $20,000.
We gonna look like we got $1 million. Uncle Slade from New York, huh?
That's right. Biggie Smalls.
You wanna see me? Yeah, I wanna see you. About what? My name is Mongo Slade. I'm from out of New York City, and me and my boys wanna make a bet with you.
10 grand.
Count it.
No need.
But it ain't what they do. It's how they're doing it. Warner Brothers and First Artists present Sidney Poitier and Bill Cosby in Let's Do It Again.
Let's do it again.
By day, they're two average family men enjoying a well-earned vacation with their wives in New Orleans. But by night, they're dynamite operators, trying to make an outclassed, washed-up fighter named Bootney Farnsworth into a winner.
I am the champion. Who am I? The champ. Who? The champ.
One little personal question, Bootney. How's your love life?
How's his love life?
And while they're at it, turn 20,000 into 100 grand.
You lost, man. Live with it. Live with it.
Sure hope you boys don't have an accident on the way home with all that money.
There they are.
The duality theme was really heavy in this movie. You had alter personality, hypnotism, of course, Poitier and Cosby in duality roles, playing these big-time hustlers when really they're just some lowly lodge guys. And Poitier says that he learned how to hypnotize people in the army, which I do understand that they had those type of studies. But interesting that they're both Brotherhood members in the film, which is duality also in and of itself, as Brotherhood members are avatars for spirits.
Sidney Poitier, Bill Cosby, Calvin Lockhart, John Amos, Ossie Davis, and Jimmy Walker. When you got the cash, when you got the faith, when you got the luck, there ain't nothing you can't do. Let's do it again. Now let's do it again. Sidney Poitier, Bill Cosby, let's do it again.
The weakling becomes strong, duality. dual personalities, just like a Born Identity type of guy.
Low-key, Ozzy portrayed the worshipful master. Sidney Poitier portrayed the brotherhood wizard, complete with military background, who used hypnosis as they are taught to do to their wives, i.e. Stepford Wives and I Dream of Jeannie. Cosby and Davis both are shown with their fez for this trailer's finale, and no doubt that was a shout out to their brotherhoods to let them know what this was really all about. So the honor we give them, they end up giving to their brotherhoods, their fellow wizards.
Open your eyes. In the innermost reaches of your heart, you are a tiger. Tiger. You are capable of great feats of strength and courage. Strength and courage. You can beat any fighter in the world.
And you say that it's odd to do the Manchurian Candidate thing in comedies. Well, you know Hollywood likes to borrow and bite from each other. Zoolander did the same thing in a comedy. What was the song that used to sit? Zoolander had a trigger song. When the song came on, he would go into his alter personality of the assassin. What song was that, y'all? Was it NSX? NXS? What song was that? There's a little lag between us. I know it's going to be 10 people that's going to tell me when it comes up. Reflex? Was it the Reflex? The Reflex. Anyway, so yes, it's in comedies too. It's in comedies too. Thank you. Relax. Get to it. Let your body go to. Right. Every time that song came on, he triggered into his altar. So yes, it's an idea that they need the public to be more subconsciously aware of, because they want to introduce it to all of us. If they had their way, this would happen to all of us whenever one of their cursed songs came on the radio and you happen to be in the grocery store. It's by the grace of God that does not happen. But that's their goal. So it's part of the revelation of the method to show you. Keep showing it to you. It'll be normalized. And you will think of it as a fictional thing as long as you only see and hear about it in fictional work. That's that part.
You will win the championship.
I will?
Yes. Out of sight.
We always talk about the OK sign, but we miss its connections to sex. The hole, the black hole, the spiral. Again, we see the spiral used in hypnotism. The use of sex throughout advertising to help to hypnotize. Sex and the spiral are both used to represent a doorway. Isn't sex a doorway? So the spiral is representative of both things, and oftentimes you'll see it cone out. And what it is about a rebirth, a birthing. But what comes out of that canal, spirits. And people are seeing them all over the world. We've seen them on logos time and time again. And we also are seeing in a new Disney movie, Home, another Project Bluebeam propaganda prep. We see the symbol used prominently there as the O in home. And this is showing that this is proving that the brotherhoods are no longer hiding that the home of the spirits that they worship, the home of their false gods, is another dimension. Some call it outer space. It's interesting when they show us pictures from outer space, because I haven't been, maybe you have. But when they show us pictures, we see a similar type of spiral. And I believe that this is related to the reason why planets are named for gods, and why at one time people worshipped the planets and the stars. Astrotheology. But every time we look around, we'll see signs and symbols of this eye, or of this swirl, this portal, this doorway, this gateway. Your eye, your eyes in your head are gateways. You have gates on the head. 7 gates on the head, 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 6, and a mouth. So we have gateways. So it's not a gateway in and of itself that's bad or wrong. When someone talks about something and points out something other people haven't seen, when it makes them really uncomfortable, they just go ahead and say, all you're doing is fear mongering or pointing out negative things to people. But no, it's not for that. It's for awareness. Okay, just to be aware of the world around you and of the secret language spoken and written in signs and symbols and logos by men of privilege who use this language against those who are ignorant of it. Our people perish for lack of knowledge. So it's not a condemnation of the swirl, of cinnabons, of cochleas, of seashells, or of galaxies. But it's noticing this prominent shape, a godly shape, because all things involve the spiral. We find the spiral all throughout nature. But again, Satan's thing and his kin is all about trying to take the things of the Father, claim them for himself, and distort them as much as possible, then return them to us, tainted, thus tainting us in the process.
I just want to say that the Unplug 'em viewers are the best around. Not only did you come up with the name and the group, Frankie Goes to Hollywood, right? Let me get the right person they credit. I think the first person I saw was the person who said, Faith Over Fear in OC. Is that Orange County? Not only did we get the name of the song, which I just couldn't remember it, but yes, it's a songwriter's secret, nasty one. I would put it in the category with Michael Jackson Beat It. Perhaps you've heard of that songwriter's secret lore as well. These devils like to get fellows together for a homoerotic tantric sex experiment where they like to see who can last the longest. I remember someone saying, a bunch of men sitting around doing this solo while they watch. So it's a competition among men. And I can remember back when I was holding Nas up as one of the people that wasn't in it. Nas not in it. Nas not in it. I remember thinking that at the time. I hadn't heard the unreleased version of You're the Man at the time. So I'm holding up Nas. I'm like, Nas, come on, Nas. Just keep going at the devil. And I don't remember, pardon me, I don't recall if it was supposed to have been a situation where they were there and left, or what it was, how it was that they came about the information. But I remember the story sounding credible enough, or the person being credible enough for me to think in my mind, oh, wow, not Nas too. No, dog it, they got Nas. Then, of course, I ended up hearing the unreleased lyrics in You're the Man by DJ Premier. But anyway, I dropped out for a second. Okay, sorry about that. I didn't see. Yeah, just just in short, that Nas and Puff, pardon me, and some other guys whose names I don't remember, supposedly did this, sat in this circle and did this. And I mean, you know, I wasn't there. I don't know, but and that was before I had heard the unreleased version of "You're the Man," where Nas pretty much says something that confirms that line. Pardon me, that confirms that story that someone told. So anyway, that's not credible, but I'm just relaying what I recall and what I recall to be true. I don't make up nothing. So, but I believed it enough to where it made me disappointed. Like, oh man, they got Nas too. But anyway, of course they did. When he made up with Jay-Z at Summer Jam and gave him the grip.
That's the goal, always is. You see the curls of the ram's horn, you see the curl in the shofar. Again, the shofar was used to blow the trumpet before battle, as well as before service, you know, but the shofar is a good thing. I'm not condemning the shofar, but again, and I'm not condemning the sun, because the spiral is also indicative of the sun. It represents the sun as well, but we know how they use the sun. The same way that they use these other things of space, of outer space, the swirls and the portals of outer space. These things are used as doorways, meaning we'll talk about the sun as really being nothing like what we're told it is, but really itself being a doorway or a dimension, a shining dimension, perhaps. But time will tell on some of those loftier things and those dark sayings and deep mysteries of the Lord will be revealed to his servants in these end times of revelation.
Tomorrow at your sparring session, you will demonstrate all the power you are capable of, and on the night of the fight, you will win over 40th Street Black. Win! Win! Invincible! Win! Mean! Win! Downright nasty with strength! Now, go to sleep.
Okay, hold on. Somebody said, Land of Goshen Studios said, Khalees said Nas cheating on her with Maxwell. Where? Where did Khalees say that? Was it in an interview? Was it in print? And then, or if you don't remember, I understand that, because I don't remember all the time where I heard something at. But if you know it, we need that. Yes, Michael Ryan says, remember Nas' very first line was, when I was 12, I went for snuffing. Yeah, I won't even repeat that. Which I didn't think was that hot of a line. It's just, I don't know if him and G-Rap maybe kind of started that whole trend of trying to say the most offensive thing as possible, as possible. That's what got you the ooh. It was whoever could say the most intricate thing as possible. If Big Pun had stepped into a cipher and said, dead in the middle of little did we know we riddled some middlemen who didn't do diddly, that would go off, because it was a time when it was like, oh, okay, lyrical dexterity, alliteration, metaphor, skill, that, yeah, ooh. Then it started to get to where, well, NWA did their part in that. I heard Nas giving it up to Ice Cube and saying how much Ice Cube influenced him. And I have to remember that NWA was before that. And they were pushing the bar with trying to say the most evil thing you could say. But it wasn't for lyrical props. Nas said that for lyrical props. But I've heard of Maxwell and D Nice, but I've not heard of Maxwell. And oh Lord. No, I don't want to think about it as a man or a woman. Whatever it is, I pray that it get away from the devil and Satan. That's right. It's their religion to do Crowleyite things. Crowley was very into that. Crowley was a trisexual and made no bones about it. These stars hide. He said that was part of the nature of a star, part of the nature of a god, was to be fluid. God created man and woman. They go through that whole spiel. Yeah, trisexual. I tried anything one time. Aleister Crowley didn't turn down nothing but his collar. Holla.
Now. No, wait, don't throw no punches. I'm gonna talk to you for 1 second. Now look, let me tell you something. Before we get it on, I just want to tell you something. This is all. I love you.
I'm Judge Lytton Mandrake, and on behalf of the council, welcome. In any fellowship, you need someone you can trust. Someone to be there, always and for anything. A soulmate. Well, my soulmate
is Kevin Costner. No. Why they report that Crowley said, "I'm perplexed." He didn't understand. He thought he had it all right. It wasn't until his final moments he realized he had it wrong. He should have used that breath to say, "Help me, Jesus, I'm sorry."
is Senator Ames Leverett, class of '72.
Gentlemen, you've been arranged in pairs, soulmates. Each soulmate was chosen to complement the other and to accept responsibility for the other.
Mr. Wheeler, Mr. Pitcairn.
Thank you.
Open them.
Now, we need an assault unit. Someone to hit him hard when the time comes.
You got it.
Ever see that disappearing act?
Once.
What's that? They all wear these expensive watches. Turns out they're really two-way radios. You can listen to their broadcast.
As one of my favorite movies, I found a lot about it to be intriguing. The symbolic long fight between black and white. The line that the brother just said about the Rolexes. I wondered, was it purely symbolic? I know John Carpenter knew some things and threw some things into this. I wonder, is there really something more to that? Because it don't matter what it's made of, it should not cost that much money. But see, that's about exclusivity. So people who can afford to buy this will talk to one another in a different way. So I said that could be a metaphor. They can monitor communication. They can communicate with each other through the watch. Yes, because I got a Rolex on, it's a presidential. You got a Rolex on, it's a whatever. And, we recognize that, okay, you one of those guys, blah, blah, blah. I see yours not TikToking and mine's not TikToking, I know. And so we can connect now. Now, you're someone I can network with. This is as good as me putting up a Freemasonic hand sign or as me crossing my legs a certain way. Just wearing this watch is communicating. Seen? Who is Mr. Rolex of the Rolex family? And why is everybody so intent on making them so much money? Owned by the owner is Hans Wilsdorf. Founded in 1905 as Wilsdorf and Davis by Hans Wilsdorf and Alfred Davis in London, England, the company registered the word Rolex as the brand name of its watches in 1908, and it became Rolex Watch Company Limited in 1915. After World War I, the company moved its base of operations to Geneva because of the unfavorable economy in the UK. In 1920, Hans registered Montre Rolex S.A. in Geneva as the new company name. Montre is French for a watch or timepiece. It later became Rolex XA. Since 1960, the company has been owned by the Hans Wilsdorf Foundation, a private family trust. Trust and believe. Well, that doesn't tell us much, but so the Davis family don't have no parts of it no more? Because in 1920, it seems like Hans said, I'll handle the rest of the business now. Anyway. And he's been balling ever since. Balling out of control. Real rollies don't TikTok.
There's something else. Some kind of secret code or hidden control. They push a button, and all of a sudden, bang! They're gone. I've been trying to figure it out.
Our membership, like life, has its pleasures, its hardships, and sometimes its pain. But unlike life, the connection between you is eternal. Let this seal the bond between you. Be silent as you endure.
And of course, the watch hides the mark. So here's another movie telling you that it's more than just a high-priced watch. It's hiding something else. And it could be as symbolic as what I said, hey, we both got them on, and then, hey, I know you're a made man and I'm a made man. Or maybe I stole mine. But I would love to know that mystery. Is there something supernatural connected to that time piece, chronology? Let's go.
Well done. Gentlemen, put on your watches. With the council as your witnesses, you have now become soulmates.
And now, gentlemen, the rules.
We live by the rules, we die by the rules.
Read your rule book. There's a rule for every possible situation. Guard the key to our entry and your rule book as you would guard your own lives. Most important, remember, our rules supersede those of the outside world. A skull above any other.
A skull above any other.
Well done, gentlemen. Congratulations. As chairman of the Order of Skulls and on behalf of the council and the 322 alumni throughout the world, gentlemen, you are welcome. Welcome home. The proudest day of my life, Caleb.
Thanks, Dad. I want to make you proud.
I'm very curious about the trailer for the new Star Wars movie and how they're going to use the young black character, because George Lucas has not missed a chance to use different characters through different movies to say certain things about certain ethnicities, time and time again, and certain things about religion and different things that he wants to speak on. It's his platform to do that. But I'm also curious about the Batman Superman movie because of its allusions to the false god theory, and I believe it's going to be used to help to push more people in the direction of looking at Christians or believers as a problem and as threats, those who are looking after a false god. Batman will represent the side or the rebellious faction that says, well, we're not going to go for this false god anymore, the Dark Knight. Superman represents God. Now, when we look at these images in our movies and in our films, the all-seeing eye, we see the swirls, we see different things of that nature, like the swirl that was on Sidney Poitier's pendant that he used to hypnotize Bootney Farnsworth, Jimmy Walker. We have to realize the different significance to the brotherhoods of these things. And the black brotherhoods and the white brotherhoods are played against each other. In a sense, both sides worked against the middle, but they are both
Why they always picking on your boy? Why they always picking on your boy? Well, let's see. Let's see. Are we still going? Give me a second. Give me a second. Yep. Give me a sec. It'll usually come back on. Okay, I see we're back on now. Those dirty dogs. Those lying and cheating and thieving and conniving and jiving, hoodwinking, no good. I know what I'm going to do for them. I know what I'm going to do for y'all. Because now you got my irie up. Them going to test me?
Being used, their racial pride and their individual pride and their egos are being used against them. They're being told two different sides of the same story, and they're being used to push forward the Luciferian agenda. Period. And that's about the false God, the false Christ, the coming of the Antichrist. And it's symbolized by the all-seeing eye. It's also symbolized by the swirling swirl, or the OK sign, the 666, a portal, a gateway, a hole through which the enemy can come. All of these different meanings. Again, each one of their symbols has layers of meanings. I stray away from teachers who say, well, this means this. Anytime you see this, this is what this means. Because that's seldom the case. If you understand the way this game works, oftentimes one symbol or one logo can have a number of meanings because it may mean different things to people who are on different degrees of the Masonic ladder, of the Brotherhood's ladder. So we have to keep this in mind also as we're watching. So we're seeing different symbols that all have the same basic meaning: establishing Lucifer's kingdom, the all-seeing eye, no matter who uses it, black or white. The spiral, the sun symbol. The sun is good, but they use it to symbolize the false sun, the false light. So just how is this thing supposed to work? Well, we're supposed to go back and learn from Brotherhood members and compromised scholars the Egyptian mystery systems, and they were to incorporate them in our daily lives and in our businesses and in our communities and uplift ourselves. This is what the brotherhoods believe. However, the adversary, the head of all brotherhoods and secret societies, always has something different up his sleeve. And while they are sometimes very sincerely believing that they're contacting their ancestors, they are in communion with spirits, deceiving spirits, as we all learn from watching Roger Morneau's A Trip into the Supernatural interview. So why do we do what the brotherhoods do? Even those who we look up to, why do they want to do what the brotherhoods do? And who are they really looking up to? Who are they trying to be like? Why is somebody trying to be like you? In causing confusion, the adversary knows how to make you want to be like somebody else and somebody else want to be like you.
Now I'm the king of the swingers, oh, the jungle VIP. I've reached the top and had to stop, and that's what's bothering me. I want to be a man cub, and stroll right into town, and be just like the other men. I'm tired of walking around. Oh, ooby-doo, I want to be like you. I want to walk like you, talk like you, too. You see it's true. An ape like me can learn to be human too. Here's your part of the deal, cuz. Laid a secret on me of man's red fire.
But I don't know how to make fire.
Now don't try to kid me, man cub. I made a deal with you. What I desire is man's red fire to make my dream come true.
Very deep and meaningful songwriter secret right here. Believe it or not, that particular scene, I'll bring it up, it's from the Jungle Book. It's from the old one. I think they've made a couple of them since this one. But believe it or not, this scene has many meanings. Note how the monkey asks the boy for the secret of fire, symbolic of the source of the light, and the red as a higher, more overtly Luciferian lodge. This scene has Masonic undertones and references Promethean Luciferianism. The Black Lodge, because the monkey is obviously black. It's voiced by an old black jazz sounding guy. Sounds kind of like Scatman Crothers, but I forget who that is. But anyway, it's not Scatman Crothers, right? No. But kind of has that sound. Unmistakably black. Vernacular and delivery and all of that. So the monkey is black, and the monkey's asking the boy, who is representing man. You see, you're a monkey, and then the man. And so monkey is asking man for the secret. Monkey is always going to be relegated to a lower understanding, a lower lodge. So this scene has Masonic undertones and references Promethean Luciferianism, the Black Lodge wanting to be like the white, and the secret that the white lodges were imitating Egyptians, who were in turn imitating the gods and the demons. Now that's the truth that the White Lodge knows, and they keep the Black Lodge chasing after this carrot on a stick of our former glory and our ancestors. When in reality, even the Boule founders admitted that they were trying to make a black skull and bones society. Now let's see. I don't know how much more of this it is, but I know Disney's not playing no games, so let's see here. We don't need it.
Come on, clue me what to do. Give me the power, a man's red flower, so I can be like you.
Fire. So that's what that scoundrel's after. I'll tear him limb from limb. I'll beat him. I'll. Yeah. Well, man, what a beat. Will you stop that silly beat business and listen? This will take brains, not brawn. You better believe it, and I'm loaded with both. Will you listen? Oh, yeah. Now, while you create a disturbance, I'll rescue Mowgli. Got that? I'm gone, man. Solid gone. Not yet, Baloo!
Yes, it's modeled after Louis Armstrong, most definitely.
Get mad, baby.
I wanna be like you.
I wanna walk like you, talk like you, do. You see it's you, someone like me. Can learn to be like someone like me. Take me home, Daddy. Can learn to be like someone like you.
One more time.
Yeah, can learn to be like someone like me. Say da ba da doodle da 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 da.
Now, to keep everything in its proper perspective, we do have to talk about how artists have a nature about themselves. And even when they're confined or pigeonholed by the brotherhood, which is part of the rules of the game of being an artist in the business, we still find some artists who did the very best they could with what they had, and they tried to bring us positive messages and positive images when they did not have to do so.
Now, I purposely took us off of video because that was a Disney video. And if they would block us for, what was that? The skulls or whatever that was, they'd block us for that. They'd certainly block us for Disney. So that's why I did that. And good to see you, Slim Hussein. Somebody said the name of the jazz musician, Jelly Roll Morton. Thank you, Jelly Roll Morton, yes. And yes, I've done a lot of work on the Boule. On the origins of the Boule too, I'm sure in one of these. I can't tell you which one offhand, but I can tell you that the best work done on the Boule and the origins of the Boule is done by Brother Steve Coakley, Cokley. We would not know about a Boule if not for Steve Coakley. That's how he's the godfather of that. Yash Kara did his part, and then later on when I was able to get on the stage, I did mine, but Steve Coakley kicked it off. And Steve Coakley does a great, thorough job of telling you how they began, when everything went left, and even if it was really going left or if it was just part of how it was designed to go in the first place. So that's what I would suggest. And you've been in my prayers. Okay, let's move on and get through this. We got about 20 minutes.
And many times those that did this would do this to the detriment of their own careers and themselves. And we have to take that all into context when we're talking about them. You know, now we know different things about the entertainment business than has ever been known before by the public at large. So the artists and entertainers that will come from this generation at hand will have new responsibilities in mind. But back then, they had responsibilities too. They had the responsibilities of the day, of the civil rights movement, their responsibility to their heritage, their responsibility to trying to uplift a race that was minimalized and beaten down on national TV and behind closed doors at every turn. And so these people saw every avenue as a potential avenue to try to uplift black folks if they had a platform and an audience and a voice. And so let's not forget that part of this very complicated conversation.
Joshua, he played trumpet in the good Lord's ragtime band. Now they had a gig in Jericho, a routine one-night stand.
Now let me just say this too, as a 50-year-old man who understands nuance and context. It's trending today to talk about all that was wrong with the civil rights movement. But you talk to somebody from down south, and they'll tell you about the benefits of it. You talk to somebody from up north that's old enough, and they'll tell you about the benefits of it. They would not have been able to work that out without putting some degree of benefit on it. Not enough for you to get ahead, bro, but better than before in many ways. Now, it's not the best plan. We had the best plan going after being able to establish our own communities and businesses. But you know what happened to that? So then the next best thing was, okay, well, how can we got to be here with you, so let us be peaceable with you. How can we do that? And yes, it was a lot of smoke and mirrors. Yes, it was a lot of boule foreplay and a lot of bull rush. Yes, it was. But there were also strives made. And it takes somebody who lived before it to show you how silly we sound when we talk about only the negatives of it. Okay. And I have to put myself in that same age group too. All my people came up to Detroit from the South. Both sides of my family. Mother's side from Alabama. Both. Grandfather and grandmother. And from my father's side, grandma came from Tennessee. And granddaddy came from Georgia. And they told me about it. And you wouldn't want to go back. Trust me. So there were benefits. Let's move on.
Joshua, he played trumpet in the good Lord's ragtime band. Now they had a gig in Jericho, a routine one-night stand. But Jericho, little disco, was a red-hot dancing town. They laughed when Josh stood up to play. Said, where did you get that clown? Now, Josh hadn't cut no record. That wasn't Josh's style.
He played his trumpet in the church since he had been a child. Josh's mother taught him manners. He never dealt in dirt. But Josh didn't come to Jericho to get his feelings hurt. Josh dubbed that crowd for a couple of vamps while he limbered up his chops. He said, Lord, if it be thy will tonight, I'm gonna blow these jokers tops. So stand back, all you people, and keep your head down low. No telling what might come to pass when Josh commenced to blow. Up comes the trumpet to his lips, straight pointing at the sky. From out the throat comes a hell-hot note would make a dead man cry. 10 sisters screamed and fainted, 12 men down on their knees. They cried aloud with head low bowed, have mercy if you please. But Josh swung that trumpet round like Reggie's baseball bat. He aimed a blow at Jericho and knocked that damn wall flat. This lesson, all you sinners, let well your hearts record. Don't mess with Josh, shut up and hush. He's blowing for the Lord. Jericho was the city, a red-hot disco town. Then a country clock took the trumpet of God and blew the playhouse down.
And no, you don't.
I know.
Let me just add onto this. I saw Sister Cookie say, you don't play church, and you don't. What I found to be interesting about this clip, though, was that this was during a time when, like when Jay Marvelous was talking and he said, the grandparents, it didn't work for the grandparents and it didn't work for our parents, so now we want to try something different. And I say this was during the time when you could still see all generations going to service. It's not a perfect place, ain't no perfect people in there. But being in there was a lot better than a lot of places folks could be. And I just thought it was interesting that here on a national television show, see, sometimes, like Valerie Simpson, folks think they slick and clever. Like we pontificated that perhaps Sammy Davis Jr. might have been doing. And sometimes these people want to come back to the Lord. Ozzie Davis is old enough by now to know he's in a supernaturally devilish system. I think he'd already done Night Gallery by then and played Portavoy. But I'm saying he knew what type of system he was in. Little things like this was the way for folks to kind of try to keep that spirit alive, that church-going spirit that's not spoken of positively enough these days. When we have these fantasies in our heads about ancestors and what they potentially could have done with their mind. Maybe they built maybe they this, we know what they did. We all benefit from it today. And yet we want to throw their memory and their style away. People don't even talk like the folks used to talk. I will stop. Let's get through this, and I'm going to be quiet. But yes, but after this, I also wanted to show Gil Scott-Heron, which is, he is, for all intents and purposes, from all accounts, a blackballed artist. Made the revolution would not be televised. People say it was hard to work with. always arguing with the label executives. Very talented, unique, and catchy voice. He spoke to the brothers. But it's just not how you make it big. And his last song was called Me and the Devil, released posthumously. It was a remake, yes, a remake of the Robert Johnson Me and the Devil song. Updated. It's a creepy video. Maybe we'll watch it afterward, because I meant to insert it in here, but I don't think that I did. So let's continue. And shout out to the one of y'all said Street Lords. What up, dog? Let's continue. And to all the nieces and nephews that's still hanging in here with the old man, I love y'all. I can't get enough of y'all. Let's go.
With Ossie and Ruby. Starring Ruby D. and Ossie Davis. With their very special guest, Gil Scott-Heron and the Midnight Band. This program is made possible by the Program Fund of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Public television stations, and Alcoa, producer of energy-saving, recyclable aluminum.
When it was on a Sunday, I met my old man. I was 26 years old. Now I'm too late to speculate. Said hello Sunday, hello road. Hello Sunday, hello road.
And again, I'm glad I put it in the text as well. Keep everything in perspective and context. Discern intent. Yes, the road to hell is paved with great intention, well, with good intentions, but remember, some of us wasn't always where we are today. And if you could see bits and pieces of us during our journey to get to where we are, a person could be very judgmental of us, now couldn't they? Gil is giving tribute to the traditional day that he knows his folks relate to church. Again, it's not that way today. Comedy and false narratives have painted an entirely different picture of what it was like. But it was better when a community was centered around a church. I mean, do we have to argue that for real? So, again, Gil Scott being of good intention, Ossie Davis being of good intention, they trying their best to slip something in. Gil is relating, as Ossie did in the prior piece. To do pro-church themes on TV today would be risky in the new secular world. This is when it began to be risky. And so they were trying to creep it in there. Can we see that? Okay, here we go. Live stream, copyright notice, your stream was interrupted. Okay, so it hasn't been cut off. Okay, let's get to it. Oh, God bless you, Big Sister Elaine. Okay, let's go to it. I'm sorry.
Hello, Sunday. Hello, Rose. Hello, Gil Scott Heron.
Oh, yes.
Good to see you again after all these years.
Hey, glad to be here.
Long, lean, skinny poet. That's what we thought.
You remember the first time?
Mm-hmm.
So again, I say that with understanding of Sunday and sun worship and the Noahide laws and the Noahide laws too. And okay. Context. Lord have mercy.
Where?
A radio station, a radio show we had.
That's right.
Yes.
And you showed up, loaded down with poetry, looking as long and as lean as you do right now. As a matter of fact, we wondered when we first saw you, and we said, either this brother is a heavy poetic genius, or he is very hungry indeed.
Those conditions are not mutually exclusive.
No, we've enjoyed your music and your work for a long time, but it was really a thing that you did in 1978 that really opened our eyes to what a serious artist that you truly are.
What a caring person, if I may quote
Yeah.
Lorraine Hansberry. She says, there are those people who care about it all.
And you are one. It was proven in this particular poem, which was written about an incident of police brutality in Houston, Texas. You remember the poem?
Oh, yes, sir.
Gil looked like he's trying to look right through them. And I don't think that there's any purposeful hand signs being thrown thus far. Why would you throw them at Gil? Gil's not in it. And unless you throw it up real good for the camera, why would you even throw it at all? So there's inadvertent hand movement also. Come on, y'all.
We've enjoyed your music and your work for a long time, but it was really a thing that you did in 1978 that really opened our eyes to what a serious artist that you truly are.
What a caring person, if I may quote
Yeah.
Lorraine Hansberry. She says, there are those people who care about it all.
And you are one. It was proven in this particular poem, which was written about an incident of police brutality in Houston, Texas. You remember the poem?
Oh, yes, sir. A poem for Jose Campos Torres.
For a brother who had much to say, he seemed to be very reserved and apprehensive about rapping with Ozzy and Ruby, but we'll come back to that.
And from the Indians, welcome the pilgrims, and to the buffalo that once ruled the plain. Like the vultures circling beneath the dark clouds, looking for the rain. Yes, they've been looking for the rain.
From the Indians who welcomed the pilgrims,
To the buffalo who once ruled the plains,
like vultures circling beneath the dark clouds,
looking for the rain.
looking for the rain, looking for the rain.
From the cities that stagger on the coastlines,
To a nation that just can't stand much more.
like the forests buried beneath the highways, never had a chance to grow.
Never had a chance to grow.
It's winter.
It's winter.
Winter in America.
Winter in America. And all of the healers have been killed or forced away.
It's winter.
It's winter.
Winter in America.
Winter in America.
And ain't nobody fighting because nobody knows what to save. Constitution is a noble piece of paper. With free society, it struggled, but they died in vain.
And to those unfamiliar, Ossie Davis and Ruby D are reciting the lyrics to Winter in America by Gil Scott Heron.
thing what I say is that every day Malcolm X just grows in stature. I mean, like, that performance. I mean, I remember you said Spike, because people don't know. Denzel, Mr. Washington, stopped working on other stuff a year before to prepare for that film.
Well, you know, there was a lot of pressure. There was a lot of pressure.
We had this running joke where we had our passport.
We were ready to go. As the minister said, a lot of people love the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. My arms was for so long, I can't reach for so far. He was dead. Serious shit, but I give you credit just for the bravery, man.
But you know, I did have to go to Chicago, though.
Yeah, sit down. That's
I had to have to sit down with the minister.
That's correct.
What is the hardest role? Let's to maybe take Malcolm X out of the equation, but
because that wasn't the hardest one. The hardest ones are the ones that you don't want to be there.
That's true.
Malcolm X really wasn't hard because I had done the play.
Right. Chickens come home to roost. Right?
Yeah, so I felt comfortable that I could do it. And, you know, I got the gift of gab anyway. So I was cutting and pasting his speeches. You remember we were shooting one day out there and you just kept loading the cameras up. I just kept going. I was making it up.
You were making it up, Denzel.
No, I wasn't making it up. I was using pieces.
I know, but even that, though, I was a witness to this. You channeled the spirit of Malcolm. Because I remember one specific time where, you know, we went to Malcolm's speeches, and once you finished with the text, you kept on going.
Right.
And we I didn't say cut.
right.
We kept
loading the camera.
We kept loading the camera, and there were many times in that film where we all had to pinch ourselves because we thought we saw the reincarnation of Malcolm. It wasn't about impersonation, you know,
trying to capture the spirit.
And just trying to, you know, act as well. I'm gonna look like him and that, but that's just surface stuff.
Will Smith called me before he started Ali, and he was saying, "What should I do?" You know, and he did the voice for me, and he had it. I said, "I think you should go to Michigan and pray with Ali." When I did Malcolm X, I would just pray every morning. You know, before I came out of that trailer, I was like, "Malcolm, come on," you know, because it's not for me.
Right.
You know, it's for him and for those hopefully that he affected.
Glory. What take was that on the tier?
Another one of those characters, but especially that scene where I just went to prayer. I just called on all the spirits of all those who had been beaten and hung. And not that I represent them, but I literally, you know, and some people might think it was wacky, but that's all I did.
And now he knows better. And that's why he don't want no parts of it today. And he looked like a man who's been through something. This ain't that long ago. He looks like, you know, a lot of times people are like, oh, Dave Chappelle, he's like a clone. He don't like a clone to me. He look about like somebody who did a tough prison bid and came out a changed man. Your continence will change the way your face look. You know where your continence come from? What's on your mind. When Eddie Murphy started getting big money and women started throwing themselves at him, his continence changed. That wasn't a clone. The boomerang Eddie Murphy don't look like the buckwheat Eddie Murphy. Okay? Because the confidence wasn't there. The thoughts weren't there. He may have thought, hey, I'm good. I'm a funny comedian. I'm going to make it someday. All of that. But that's different than to have the thought of, man, I got $10 million in the bank. I'm driving. That's a whole nother. Come on. The lines in your face is going to do something different, baby. Yes. Your countenance is going to be something different. So, yes, you know, people experience some things in this business, especially when they get older. And Ossie Davis was too smart of a man to have not gotten old enough to realize that the smartest thing to do was to keep it simple, stupid. And go with the way that I know he was raised in. I know Denzel has come to that point. You can just tell. You have to have some discernment too. You can't. Sometimes a year is just a year, or a hand sign is just a hand sign. Sometimes it generally goes directly along with what the person is speaking about. And discernment, Holy Spirit discernment. will tell you, hey, this is a person of a clean heart. They're not trying to do something right now. Right now, they're not operating in deception. You can't feel deception. I don't have to see hand signs to feel deception. But anyhow, let's get through this. 10 more minutes.
I just said, come on with me. I just want to go out here and represent y'all in some kind of way. And when I walked out the door to come do the scene, it suddenly hit me like, oh, don't everybody, because everybody's getting liberal, and the guy was hitting me. He didn't really want to hit me. It was like a felt whip, but it was wet, so it was starting to hurt. So I was like, come on, hit me for real, like you mean it, like I stole something from you. It just wasn't anything I planned. Ed, to his credit, he saw it. He was like, wait. Now we're going to start pushing in. He started, we did a couple of more takes, but it was like he wasn't going to let anybody see him sweat.
The bad thing when you call upon all of the souls of the people that blank, some of them not going to be good people. And first of all, the dead know not a thing, so they not coming. Ancestors not coming. I'm sorry. Y'all like to tell us Jesus not coming. Ancestors not coming, baby. But something's going to come. They can act like an ancestor, a little taste, and you'll be kind of naive to believe that your ancestor would be so mischievous and such a trickster, knocking over things and misplacing things in the home, things that begin to happen when people invite the spirits into their life. A lot of mischief. Is that the nature of the ancestors? What ancestors are you talking about? That's those spirits. So it's just a way to kind of lead folks. Hearing him talk like this is not uncommon. It's really common today. I said, brothers and sisters by the thousands are losing the faith and following the New Age doctrine of ancient Babylon. It is the same doctrine in a different disguise, and the Boule will do their best to help to ease us out of Jesus.
From you. It just wasn't anything I planned. Ed, to his credit, he saw it. He was like, wait. Now we're going to start pushing in. He started, we did a couple of more takes, but it was like he wasn't going to let anybody see him sweat.
And to move you into black magic. It will be sold to black people as ancestor worship, and the stars have been prepping our ears for years. The racial tension in the air will increase. Racial pride and the desire to get back in touch with your roots, quote unquote, will be used against good people who will be led astray by Egghead Boule.
Or feel the pain, and it's just one of those moments.
Like you said before with Malcolm X, you got to put yourself in a position to be open, because stuff like that, our ancestors are out there.
Right.
And if you're open, we could use that, you got that antenna, but we could draw upon our ancestors.
I've done it over and over again. If there's anything I can say to actors, that's what's worked for me more than anything else. More than any technique, more than any amount of training or any amount of luck or anything else you want to call it.
How long do you think you like to keep acting?
I've been ready to quit acting. Yeah, for a while.
Mine's too good.
Yeah. It's hard to walk.
But yet, the only thing that's really gained is wealth and success for them. You're still in the same position. They got you using your skills and fusing your meals, because ain't that much in the kitchen. And it seems that the only people who are getting ahead are those who join these groups and who sell themselves out. And us too. So we have to remember artists like Gil Scott-Heron.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure that you guys can still hear me. Okay. Okay, y'all can hear me, right? Okay, cool. Okay, all right.
Gil left a great record of songs that some may even consider prophetic. So despite his problems with religious philosophies, we want to ask that, you know, our brother
Okay, let's see what's going on. We oh, okay. It's back now. Not back. Okay. We've got about 5 minutes. So 5 minutes and then we out of here. Thank you for enduring as long as you have. We've got 272 people still here. God bless you. Okay. 5 more minutes and we outie. So, I was just talking about Gil Scott here. And probably start right here. Okay. Hey. Stop. Okay, wait a minute. Okay.
Out. And us too. So we have to remember artists like Gil Scott Heron, for instance, who didn't get a lot of exposure, but who did everything he could with what he had in that system that was bad and designed to blow your mind. He did the best he could for a long time. And even though they tried to make him go out bad with that song, Me and the Devil, his last song released posthumously. Gil left a great record of songs that some may even consider prophetic. So despite his problems with religious philosophies, we want to ask that, you know, our brother be forgiven for any of his trespasses, and the Lord receives his soul, because he did the best he could with what he had, and he told the story the way it should be told.
I had said I wasn't going to write no more poems like this. I had confessed to myself all along, tracer of life, poetry trends, that awareness poems that screamed of pain and the origins of pain had blanketed my tablets, and therefore my friends, brothers, sisters, in-laws, outlaws, and besides, they already knew. But Brother Torres, common ancient bloodline Brother Torres, is dead. I said I wasn't going to write no more words down about people kicking us when we're down, about racist dogs that attack us and drive us down, drag us down and beat us down. But the dogs are in the street. The dogs are alive, and the terror in our hearts has scarcely diminished. It has scarcely brought us the comfort we suspected. The recognition of that terror and the screaming release of that recognition has not diminished the certainty of the knowledge. How could it? The dogs, rabid, foaming with the energy of their brutish ignorance, stride the city streets like robot gunslingers as night lamps flash crude reflections from police shields and gun butts. I said I wasn't going to write no more poems like this. But the battlefield has oozed away from the stilted debates of semantics, beyond the questionable flexibility of primal screaming. The reality of our city, jungles, streets, and their Gestapos has become an attack on home, life, family, philosophy, total. It is beyond the question of the advantages of didactic niggerisms. The dogs are in the street. In Houston, maybe someone said Mexicans were the new niggers. In LA, maybe someone said Chicanos were the new niggers. In San Francisco, maybe someone said Asians were the new niggers. Maybe in Philadelphia and North Carolina, they decided they didn't need no new niggers. I said I wasn't going to write no more poems like this, but the dogs are in the street. It's a turnaround world where things are all too quickly turned around. It was turned around so that right looked wrong, turned around so that up looked down, turned around so that those who marched in the street with Bibles and signs of peace became enemies of the state and risked to national security, so that those who questioned the principles of those in authority on justice, liberty, and equality became the vanguard of a communist attack. It became so you couldn't call a spade a spade. Brother Torres is dead. Too many brothers are still incarcerated. Ed Davis, Ronald Reagan, James Hunt, and Frank Rizzo are still alive, and the dogs are in the street. I said I wasn't going to write no more poems like this, but I made a mistake.
Not be able to stay home, brother. You will not be able to plug in, turn on, and cop out. You will not be able to lose yourself on Skag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by Xerox in 4 parts without commercial interruptions. The revolution will not show you pictures of Nixon blowing a bugle and leading a charge by John Mitchell, General Abrams, and Spyro Agnew to eat hog maws confiscated from a Harlem sanctuary. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be brought to you by the Schaefer Award Theater and will not star Natalie Woods and Steve McQueen or Bullwinkle and Julia. The revolution will not give your mouth sex appeal. The revolution will not get rid of the nubs. The revolution will not make you look 5 pounds thinner because the revolution will not be televised, brother. There will be no pictures of you and Willie Mae pushing that shopping cart down the block on the dead run or trying to slide that color TV into a stolen ambulance. NBC will not be able to predict the winner at 8:32 on report from 29 districts. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of Whitney Young being run out of Harlem on a rail with a brand new process. There will be no slow motion or still life of Roy Wilkins strolling through Watts in a red, black, and green liberation jumpsuit that he has been saving for just the proper occasion. Green Acres, Beverly Hillbillies, and Hooterville Junction will no longer be so damn relevant, and women will not care if Dick finally got down with Jane on Search for Tomorrow, because black people will be in the street looking for a brighter day. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no highlights on the 11 o'clock news and no pictures of Harry armed women liberationists and Jackie Onassis blowing her nose. The theme song will not be written by Jim Webb or Francis Scott Keys, nor sung by Glenn Campbell, Tom Jones, Johnny Cash, Engelbert Humperdinck, or The Rare Earth. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be right back after a message about a white tornado, white lightning, or white people. You will not have to worry about a dove in your bedroom, the tiger in your tank, or the giant in your toilet bowl. The revolution will not go better with coke. The revolution will not fight germs that may cause bad breath. The revolution will put you in the driver's seat. The revolution will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised. The revolution will be no rerun, brothers. The revolution will be live.
So thank you all. Thank you all. I'm glad that y'all enjoyed that. I forgot about that one. Maybe next time we'll watch this one. And just thanks to everybody who stayed in here tonight. This one is from 2015, okay? You guys are awesome and amazing people. Oh, wow. Bad signal. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you guys are awesome and amazing people, and I thank God for you all the time. And I pray for y'all all the time. So let's go ahead and hang it up. Let's hang up the phone. We've been on here too long. And Friday, we'll do it again, okay? Same bat time, same bat channel. Check your notifications. I like to get everything out the way, cooking and everything. And then I come on here so I can come on here and stay. So that's why I don't say 8 o'clock, because I might just start cooking. But anyhow, Friday evening, I'll see y'all, all right? And days will also be on today. Jay Marvelous will be on Spreaker today. I'm going to jump on Spreaker, like I told y'all before. We're getting our last YouTube live streams in. That's one reason why I've been letting them go long, because we will be moving on. So again, I thank you all for listening. Rest in peace to Revolutionary David McGowan. Rest in peace to the Revolutionary Gil Scott Heron. To all those that fight the good fight. For all of those for whom the devil is a sworn enemy. And to all those that know that he's a defeated foe. May the Lord be with you and continue with you. May the Lord of Isaiah, Jeremiah, and the Messiah loose his favor and bind it to you continuously throughout this day, in every way. May he loose the comfort of the Comforter and wrap you in that comfort, wherever you are, mind, body, and soul. We touch and agree. We also want to pray for the strength of Reese as we touch and agree with Reese's prayers. My prayers are no better than yours. But I touch and agree with you, Reese, that the Lord will take that taste away from your mouth and give your mind, body, and soul his peace, his perfect peace that surpasses all understanding. And may we all have that perfect peace and his perfect love that casts out all fear. May 2 Timothy 1:7, power, love, and a sound mind be with you all. Till next time. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Don't let the bed bugs bite. It's morning everywhere now. It's morning. And it's not time to be mourning. Rejoice, for this is the day that the Lord hath made. Rejoice in it and be glad. And I'll catch y'all on the next one. Peace.